of the Academic Affairs Committee to order. Welcome, everyone. The first item is a roll call. Regent Lindemeyer.
Here.
Provost Wickard.
Present.
Provost Jim Walpart.
Present.
Provost Montese Fuentes.
Present.
And Chief Academic Officer Rachel Boone.
Present.
And Regent Butker is present. We have a quorum and we will begin. The first thing I'd like to do is welcome our new provost from the University of Iowa, Montse Fuentes. I'll be working on pronunciation of that for a while, but we are so delighted to have you here on this committee today, and we'd like to welcome you and ask if you would just say a few words to introduce yourself to us a little bit.
Well, thank you. And absolutely delighted to be here, and I feel very privileged to be able to be a member of this community. I have spent my career in the academy, and as a first-generation college student in my family, first-generation immigrant, I value what higher education has been able to do for me, and I'm very much committed every day to be able to offer those opportunities to our students. Prior to coming to the University of Iowa, I was Dean of the College of Humanities and Sciences at Virginia Commonwealth University. Prior to that, I was Department Head of Statistics at North Carolina State University and Director of a research center. Throughout my career, I have tried to integrate the value of research in the context of the education that we provide to our students, and I have spent all my years at public research institutions. And I do value our commitment of ensuring that we offer the highest quality of service to the state, in this case Iowa, and that with our research, with our training, we make sure that we're able to improve the quality of life of the citizens of the state and help with economic development. And I feel it's truly a privilege to be here. So committed to work every day towards providing a truly transformational education to our students. So thank you for having me. I'm happy to be part of this family.
Great. We are very happy to have you here. We welcome you and we look forward to working together. Thank you. So our first item of business then is the minutes of the June meeting. Does anyone have any changes to the minutes? No. If none, these minutes are approved by general consent. And the second item on the agenda is Iowa State University's two new programs. We have two requests for program changes at Iowa State University, and I'll ask Provost Wickard to share these proposals with us, and we can discuss each individually.
Thank you, Regent Butker. I'd like to introduce my colleague, Associate Provost Dr. Anne-Marie van der Zanden, who will present these two items for the Bachelor of Science in Business Analytics and the Master of Athletic Training. And while she's getting seated, I'd also like to let the committee know that Anne-Marie recently received a prestigious Fulbright Award, and she will be traveling to Berlin this winter to participate in that important program.
Oh, congratulations. That's awesome, Anne-Marie. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very much looking forward to it. The focus is on digitalization in higher education, and so I think there'll be lots of things that I'll learn from my colleagues from the U.S. and from Germany that hopefully be able to bring back to my work at Iowa State.
Yeah.
So
Great.
So the first item that we have is the request for a bachelor's degree in business analytics. We would like to establish this degree in the Ivy College of Business. Currently, Iowa State has a Master's of Science in Business Analytics, and we've had that degree since 2015. It has been very well received, and we have very good enrollment in that. We're finding that from employers, they're interested in having students who can start at a lower level, but still with a similar set of skills. And so that's really what this degree would fulfill. It also complements our recently approved new data science major, and we really look that a large number of our students will be majoring in one or the other and then getting a double major in either the business analytics or the data science. So I think they complement each other very well. Pending approval, the new degree program would be implemented in January of 2020. And as I mentioned, we do expect it to be a popular major. We anticipate starting with an enrollment of 15 students and then gradually increasing that to 100 students by our 6-year point and thereafter. Students will be recruited through normal undergraduate recruitment processes in the Ivy College of Business. The University of Iowa offers a bachelor's degree in information systems and business analytics, where students can choose which track they would like to take. The University of Northern Iowa does not have a similar program, and Drake University does offer a data analytics major, but as you're aware, Drake is a private university with tuition rates more than twice Iowa State. We have received letters of support from both UNI and the University of Iowa for our proposal. As far as costs go, Iowa State expects that the program will be financially self-sustaining. Costs for faculty teaching the new and existing courses are funded through our normal budgeting process and through reallocation of teaching responsibilities, and will follow the demand as the program grows. We have received all of the necessary internal approvals and submitted this to the Iowa Coordinating Council listserv in April of 2019.
Are there any questions or comments regarding this proposal?
Strong support from UNI. It's a great program.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Then we'll, the other program?
The second program is a master's degree in athletics training, and we are requesting approval of this degree. It will be administered through the Department of Kinesiology in our College of Human Sciences. Iowa State has offered a BS in athletic training for more than 30 years. We earned our initial accreditation in 2001. It's been highly successful, been reaccredited. It's a well-enrolled program, and our pass rate for the certification exam is well above the national average as well. As outlined in our application, the master's program is needed to satisfy a recent mandate from the Commission on Accreditation of Athletic Training Education that accredited professional training programs must result in the granting of a master's degree in athletic training. So this is a national accreditation requirement, and we're just getting our program into alignment with that. Likewise, graduating seniors cannot sit for the certification exam unless they've completed it from an accredited program. Pending approval, a new degree would be implemented in May of 2020. We expect to begin the program with an enrollment of approximately 5 students and gradually increase that to 30 students by the time we're at full enrollment. We anticipate the majority of the students will come from the state of Iowa, and most will have completed the pre-athletic training program that we offer as part of our BS in kinesiology and health. Several Iowa colleges have this master's degree program. That includes both UNI and Iowa, and since it is a national accreditation requirement, we're just wanting to be in alignment with that. If we've received all of our necessary internal approvals and have submitted this to the Iowa Coordinating Council listserv also in April of 2019.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? No? Okay, thank you. If there are no objections, then the Academic Affairs Committee will recommend approval of each of the new program requests presented by Iowa State.
Great, thank you.
And the University of Iowa program change requests.
Yes, thank
Provost.
you. Thank you, Regent Butker. I would like to call my colleague, Tanya Uden-Holmik. She's the Associate Provost for Undergraduate Education, and she's going to discuss this matter.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We're requesting approval for a proposed major, a BA in screenwriting, which will be in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, and it really draws on the creative writing tradition at the University of Iowa by expanding on undergraduate offerings to include a major in screenwriting, with students really instructed on practical skills and knowledge for becoming successful members of the screenwriting industry. I would note that currently very few traditional programs in screenwriting exist that are associated with an accredited university and degree program. There is currently no program in Iowa, though there are some technical schools on the coast that offer screenwriting, but not with a baccalaureate degree. There are other schools in Iowa that offer offer majors in digital media, but not in writing for film or in filmmaking, as the university does. And I would note that although we obviously don't currently have a screenwriting program, we do have multiple alumni of the University of Iowa that have come through, English, creative writing, and other degree program, other majors that actually are very much, I would say, done very well in the industry. So I know one of our alumni was involved in co-directing Avengers: Infinity War. So I think we have our alumni, as they hear about this proposed degree, are very excited about it as well. So the model for the major is the UI English and Creative Writing major, and the Screenwriting Arts major would be basically a sub-area of that. Right now, if approved, we figure that it would be fairly small to start, and we're thinking probably a max of about 160 majors by the time they're in year 7. One of the things that I wanted to share with you as well, that students are going to learn writing skills related to audience, narrative forms in different genres, poetics and dramatic form, and they're also going to have, I would say, those hands-on skills as well. It will not require an internship will be optional, but we think that there will be many opportunities, and if approved, we would work with our alumni network, and I think there'd be a lot of enthusiasm for that. And like I said, our majors will find employment as writers in the entertainment field. I would note that we receive letters of support from our colleagues at UNI and Iowa State. We think that it's a very exciting opportunity, and it really does dovetail very nicely with what we currently have and strengths of our university. And there is some budget requests, which was noted in the proposal, and the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences will be looking at, we'll take care of those in terms of an extra lecture line. But like I said, we anticipate with the majors and the interest in the program that that will be offset.
Great. Yes.
I have a question.
Regent Lindenmeyer.
I was just interested in the impetus for this program. Was it faculty-driven, or did it come from student interest or alumni?
Actually, both. And so I would note that, we have certainly faculty members who have an interest in this area. And then if you think that coupled with students, the more opportunities we have, if you think about not just now the big screen, but things that are being produced for Netflix and others. And so that came into play. And then our alumni, I think, are very much on board and enthusiastic about this. So it's kind of what I would call that perfect coming together of all interests.
So the process then is for
Yep.
that interest to be expressed, and then could you just kind of brief us a little bit on
Yeah.
that? Thank you.
In terms of, moving forward? Yep, so basically we had approval, so it goes through a very careful approval process within the department. The College of Liberal Arts and Sciences has a very thorough approval process. It was obvious, it was posted, no concerns were raised, and we discussed it at the last Council of Provost meeting, so it's coming here next.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Okay, we'll move on to the next program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Master of Public Affairs.
I would like to call my colleague John Keller, Associate Provost for Graduate and Professional Education, to present this request.
Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to present a proposal for what we believe is to be an exciting new interdisciplinary program on our campus at the master's level, a Master of Public Affairs, which is intended to be a 42-hour semester-hour curriculum, much of which will be done face-to-face on the Iowa campus, but some courses can also be offered online for the student enrollment that we anticipate being not only students matriculating up from their undergraduate curriculum, but people coming back from the workforce from various different areas in the private and public sector. There's no accredited degree program available in this area in the state currently, so a lot of state agencies, government officials, and city administrators and whatnot have to recruit individuals from other states to come and work in these areas. So there's a rather robust need for these individuals in the workforce, particularly after the recession ended a number of years ago. There's a need for these individuals in the state. This will be offered by our School of Urban and Regional Planning, which is a department actually housed in the Graduate College, so they immediately report to me, and we have a series of other interdisciplinary programs that report to us as well. So this fits very well into the domain of the Graduate College in terms of interdisciplinary activities. So while the School of Urban and Regional Planning and its faculty will be the major participants and the presenters of this curriculum, there'll also be participants from the College of Law, from our non-private, our Public Policy Center, our departments of Sociology and Political Science, and other organizations and departments on our campus that will be offering coursework and faculty participation. We've contacted our director, Charles Connerly, worked very carefully with both Iowa State and UNI because there's a little bit of, it's not duplication, but interest in these areas with different certificates and whatnot, and they've have endorsements from both institutions to move forward with this particular program. This has gone through, as Tanya mentioned, the normal channels of approvals at the university level through our graduate college, the graduate council, the graduate faculty, through the provost's office, and through the Iowa Coordinating Council of Higher Education. So it's a proposal in front of you that we're very excited about. We anticipate enrollment of about 15 students per year, so when it's up and running, a steady state of about 45-ish kinds of students. And again, the mix we anticipate being students matriculating up from undergraduate programs on our campus and elsewhere, as well as individuals coming back from the workforce to seek these degrees. There'll be some modest costs to get started with the program that the Graduate College will help them with, and then the anticipation is that the tuition revenue generated by students in the program will help generate the program.
Are there any comments or questions concerning this program? Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
We have another one that's a termination.
a
Would you like me just
termination, yes,
to
would you go
jump to
ahead?
that one?
Yes.
This one will probably take a lot less time than the Public Affairs program. This is a proposal to terminate one of our Master of Science programs, or Master of Arts programs in Leisure Studies, which has had no applications to the program for the last couple of years. And this is largely due to the fact that the student enrollment and interest in these areas are moving in different directions. We've already been through the process with this particular body to get approvals for a transfer and a maneuver over into sports recreation management, which is a huge master's program on our campus and even at the undergraduate level, and also students that were interested in other areas of therapeutic recreation have really moved over into a more robust area in child life through our health and human physiology program. All the students that were originally in this program have graduated. There's no enrollees, there's no applicants, and we're coming before you with what we think is a logical request to terminate the program.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? No.
Great. Thank you very much.
Totally makes sense. So then, if there are no objections, the academic affairs, we need to do this one. Oh, okay. We did skip over the center name change for the Center of Computer-Aided Design.
Thank you. Yes, we are requesting a name change from Center for Computer-Aided Design to University of Iowa Technology Institute. This center is currently under the College of Engineering, and over time it has evolved in the context of its mission from just entirely design now to more modeling and simulation. It has grown. We have now 150 scientists, and it also has several units under it, other 3 centers with involvement in aerospace simulation, driving simulation, and virtual soldier human simulation. Because of the growth and expansion, it's more appropriate at this point to change the name to Institute, more aligned with, and more consistent with other institutes on campus. No additional funding is required, and the leadership administration will remain the same. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? Okay, thank you. Then, if there's no objections, the Academic Affairs Committee will recommend approval of 2 new programs, the program termination and the center name change at the University of Iowa.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to the annual accreditation report with Rachel Boone. Rachel?
Thank you. I just want to present to you very quickly the annual accreditation report. This is a report that is required by board policy, and we're happy to supply it. Just a point of clarification to make sure everybody recalls, this is really focused on programmatic level accreditations, or sometimes college level, but generally programmatic level accreditations, not with institution-wide accreditations. We will hear a little bit later about an institution-wide accreditation. So we have here, over the course of about the last year, we had 1 program at the University of Northern Iowa, 2 at Iowa State University, and 12 at the University of Iowa. There's a little bit more detail. Each of them received either initial accreditation or a continuation of their accreditation. Occasional interim reports, but I will note there's a little bit of confusion sometimes on the different terms, length for the accreditation, different years. Some are 5, some are 7, some are 8. That's based on the decision of the accreditor in terms of what their max length is. The important thing to know is that each of the programs listed here did get the maximum allowable amount of time before their next accreditation. So there is a variance in that time length, but that's really based on the accreditor, not on the institution's viability for that program. So happy to take any questions, although I will probably punt them to the provosts if you have any.
Are there any questions or comments? Rachel? Okay, thank you very much, Rachel. Then recently, the University of Iowa went through a reaffirmation of accreditation from the Higher Learning Commission, and I'd like to ask the provost to provide us with an update on the status and outcome of that process.
Thank you, Regent Butker. I would like to call again Associate Provost Tanya Uden-Holman to discuss this matter.
And we're just handing out a brief summary. So I'll go through some of the highlights, but I wanted you all to have a summary as well. So as I get started, I'd just like to thank again the board members and the board office staff who traveled to the University of Iowa to participate in the site visit. Really appreciated it, and I think it was a very strong signal to our site visit team that the Board of Regents really is invested and has a high level of caring about our institution. So thank you again. So after the review and site visit, the team recommended, as Regent Butker noted, reaffirming our university's accreditation status, and they also provided us feedback on our accomplishments and areas for improvement. And I would begin by noting that we received positive feedback in many areas that other institutions sometimes struggle with. And in particular, we were noted for having procedures established to assure quality and transparency, and that's really important to the Higher Learning Commission. So in terms of having a community of highly qualified staff and faculty, how we monitor complaints, all of those are things that they noted as positive. They also acknowledged our sound structures for institutional governance, and in particular, I'd say that they noted that board members were well informed and actively involved in institutional oversight, and it was really all of your participation and input that really helped affirm that for them. Also, they recognized that there was substantial support for student success through the work of many entities at the university, including our student success team, university college, academic advising, and others. And then also practices established to maintain high quality programs. So having very deliberative processes for creating new programs, systematically reviewing existing programs, and that we really do have continuous development and oversight of our Gen Ed program. And finally, they affirmed our efforts to gain a better understanding of our campus climate for diversity, equity, and inclusion. So that was also brought out as well. Now, in terms of areas to address, they did identify 2 areas as needing improvement, and that actually is that's something that we would expect as part of an HLC visit. And reviewers acknowledged that the Graduate Council reviews graduate degree programs, and that has led to improvements. However, they were interested in ensuring that learning outcomes, the consistent articulation and assessment of those, especially for graduate programs that are not independently accredited. So you may know, for example, the College of Public Health is accredited by the Council for Education on Public Health. So all of our graduate degree programs fall under that. However, there would be, for example, graduate programs in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences that would not be independently accredited. So for those, they're just asking us to take a closer look at articulating the student outcomes and then assessing them. And so we've been working with both the Graduate College with Associate Provost Keller and his faculty and staff, as well as the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences on that. So we feel very, very good about moving forward with that. And then in terms of distance and online education, once again, they were specifically looking at areas where we have both on-campus and online programs, so political science would be an example of that. And they just want to ensure that no matter if you're an online student or an on-campus student, that you have the same learning outcomes. So once again, we're working with the Division of Distance and Online Education, as well as the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences on that. So plans will be in place so that we're able to address those, the progress we've made in our 2023 Year 4 virtual review. So those are some of the things that I wanted to highlight for you.
Great, thank you. Well,
Absolutely.
good job, congratulations.
Thank you very
Yes. Are there any other questions or comments from anyone else? No. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, next we have, the committee has been asked to review and recommend action on a proposal to eliminate the Iowa Public University application portal, a tool developed a few years back to make applying to all 3 universities more efficient for Iowa students. Provost Walpart, as the chair of the Council of Provosts, can you share with us information about this?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to talk about the application portal. You all will likely remember that in 2014, the Board of Regents took on the TIER initiative, the Transparent Inclusive Efficiency Review, that looked at many different parts of the operation of the 3 institutions: sourcing, facilities and auxiliaries, space utilization, information technology, human resources, areas like that. The Common Application Portal was one initiative that resulted from the TIER initiative. And it was the idea that we would create a single portal for Iowa high school graduates to apply to all 3 Regents universities. And the reason behind that was to make certain that the students felt comfortable that they would get into at least one of the 3 public universities, and that gave them the opportunity to feel confident about that. The Common Application Portal was launched in July 1st of 2015 for students who would enroll in the fall of 2016. There was a great deal of outreach for the Common Application Portal. Information was shared widely and proactively with the Iowa School Counselors Association and with the Iowa school districts. You all likely know that it is really the high school counselors that have the greatest impact on students as they're applying to colleges. So this partnership allowed high school students the opportunity to know about the portal and to know how to access the portal. The interesting thing that has arisen as a result of this is an awareness of the way in which the RAI, the Regents Admissions Index, influences student applications. You all know the RAI provides a formula that guarantees admission to one of the public institutions based on GPA, ACT, and high school classes. So students really don't need to hedge their bets. They don't need to apply to all 3. If they know they want to go to UNI and they meet the RAI, they only need to apply to UNI. They will be admitted, and we know that. What we have found is that 90% of Iowa resident applications only go to one region institution because they know they will be accepted. So they're not necessarily interested in applying to all 3. One of the great blessings that we have in the state of Iowa are 3 very strong Regents institutions with very different cultures and very different missions. And students are attracted to those campuses for very particular regions. The other thing I will say is that the RAI is unique in the nation. Other states don't do this, guarantee students admission based on these kinds of criteria. So a student knows if they've met that criteria that they will be admitted. There's a great deal of data on the handout. I won't review that. But one of the things you should know is that for the University of Northern Iowa, we receive about 7,000 applications a year. So this is about 1% or less than 1% of the applications that we receive. It's less than a drop in the bucket of the applications we receive. What students have turned to in the last 4 years instead is the National Common Application. The National Common Application allows students to not only apply to all 3 Regents institutions, but also to any of the private institutions. And what we find is that many of our students who do apply to UNI also apply to Wartburg. The Iowa Common Application Portal does not allow students to do that. It's just for the public institutions. So students have really been looking more towards the National Common Application. All of our private institutions are in the National Common Application Portal as well. So, in addition to the 3 Regents institutions. So we have discussed this at the Council of Provosts, and with unanimous agreement there, we're recommending today to the Academic Affairs Council that the Regents Common Application Portal be discontinued. Any students who are currently in the system who are applying for the next application year we would maintain those and make certain that their application was not lost. So we will take a phased approach to this discontinuation, and we're happy to take any questions or entertain any conversation.
Yes.
Quick question. Is there any cost to maintaining the portal?
I'm sure that there is minor cost. I think Iowa State could talk to that more. What I would say is that it leads to some confusion. One of the things we want to make sure is that our students in the state of Iowa get access to the institutions that they want to get access to. Our portal does not give them access to apply to some of the private institutions in the state of Iowa. And this is what we find is that, again, students at UNI will also apply to Wartburg because they're applying in terms of proximity.
There's no worry that there's some of these, you'll lose some of these students.
No.
Anyone who would have applied will still apply.
We will still get those students. And again, it's less than 1%. In some of the cases, I think in the other 2 institutions, it's about 0.25% of the students who apply.
And Regent Barker, certainly the cost to maintain the software and run it annually, it's not zero. It's like any software. You have to, make sure that the security is appropriate. Software and hardware have to be maintained. Compatibility with browser upgrades has to be maintained as well. And at some point in the future, the system will need probably a more substantial upgrade. I view this as this was a well-intentioned experiment that was conducted through the tier study, with the expectation that it could lead to a significant efficiency. It just hasn't, played out that way. And in the spirit of streamlining things and making the application process as simple as possible for Iowans, Iowans can, as Regent Wolpart described, use the National Common App, which is, what my daughter did, or apply specifically to a university by removing the really unnecessary Regents Common Application Portal. It just makes it simpler for families to understand how to apply to one of our excellent schools.
How long has the National Common Application been out there?
I think it started before the Iowa, but it has grown tremendously. There are thousands of schools that are now, over 1,000, I think, in the National Common Application Portal.
So currently, most of our students are using that. What did you say, like 90%?
Yes. So imagine this, too. Many of our students, especially along the borders, not only apply to one of the Regents and a private, they may also apply out of state. And we want to make it easy for our Iowans to find the right education. Now, we want them to stay in Iowa, certainly, but.
And are there plans, how do we make that information known? I mean, granted, it's 10%, but we don't want to have somebody
We
fall
will
through the
communicate
cracks.
out with, again, the school districts, the Iowa Counselors Association. That's how we will make this
Yeah.
done.
I would just add, there's an admission study team that it includes representatives from all 3 Regent universities that meets on a regular basis. In fact, we meet again in about 10 days. That includes the enrollment management and directors of admissions from all 3. And so that team will collectively address some of those questions about exactly how to communicate out about this with the high schools. In about a week and a half or so, they'll be able to have that conversation together. Yeah.
Are there any other questions or comments on the proposal? I think it's a good idea. Thank you very much. If there's no objections, then this proposal will be recommended for approval by the full board. Okay. The last item on our agenda is a presentation from the Iowa School for the Deaf. Superintendent Gettle, will you please introduce our presentation? Welcome, Deb.
we have to get a PowerPoint up here. Maybe a little assistance. But while that's occurring, well, I guess she should probably sit here while I introduce her, huh? Oh, our apologies, it wasn't on his list. That's John's. Sent it to. I don't.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, we'll go that way.
Sorry. Oh, yeah.
Are you doing the introduction?
Yes. Okay. All right. Well, it's a pleasure, and I want to thank the Academic Affairs Committee for the opportunity to provide a presentation this morning. And with me I have Dr. Deb Cates, who is our Sign Language Program Coordinator at ISD. Dr. Cates is responsible for the facilitating the Deaf Resource Center. And that Deaf Resource Center, in part, is funded through a Part B grant from the Department of Education here in Iowa. Provides sign language and parent training. And the primary responsibilities are in training and testing sign language interpreters that work in Iowa's public schools. And then we also provide sign language instruction classes for parents and family members of children who are deaf in Iowa. Dr. Cates is involved in research and in the area of language development, and she also puts on workshops regionally, and she's also been at international conferences in looking at focusing on language acquisition and sign language interpretation for children who are deaf and hard of hearing. And so today I'll let her introduce her presentation. She's got it up. But I'd like to welcome and introduce Dr. Cates.
Thank you. Hi, it's very exciting to be able to present to you all. This is an area I am extremely passionate about, so if I talk fast, I apologize. So I was asked to talk about interpreter support issues here at the Iowa School for the Deaf and also statewide in deaf education, as there has been some discussion I heard just earlier about programs that are being established at universities for the purpose of training people in Iowa to serve in industries in Iowa where there is an area of need, and this is one of those areas of need. One of the challenges that faces Iowa School for the Deaf is the support and evaluation of interpreters that work in school districts around the state. We currently have about 115 to 120 interpreters usually every year that work with deaf and hard of hearing students in their schools in Iowa in mainstream programs. And most of those interpreters do not have supervisors that understand interpreting or are able to evaluate interpreting. They typically do not know sign language, so they cannot tell if the interpreter is doing a good job. We also have a lack of sufficiently qualified personnel because we do have a state license in Iowa to interpret, And interpreters can work for up to 4 years on a temporary license, which means that they have no proof of skills. They do not have to have graduated an interpreter training program to get a temporary license. They do not have to even be able to prove sign language fluency to get a license. Any of you could apply for a temporary license and walk into a school tomorrow and interpret for 4 years with no skill level. And what we know about deaf and hard of hearing students is that their language acquisition window is typically shortened because they do not have accessible language until they either have signers in their environment to give them access to visual language or an effective cochlear implant with intensive therapy. And so these children will enter school with an interpreter who does not have sufficient language to be able to interpret for them. So we need to be able to support the students, and we also need to be able to support the interpreters and assist them in their growth, and this was a huge challenge. Interpreters are also required, just like teachers, to have continuing education to maintain their license. They need to have 40 hours every 2 years of continuing education. So one of the solutions about 5 years ago, because that's how long I've been here, is that the Iowa School for the Deaf partners with the Department of Education, and we use soft funds, Part B funds, in order to provide support for interpreters who are working in education. And again, I'm just talking about education. There are interpreters that work in all fields, in all arenas. We have interpreters that do phone calls through video relay, interpreters who work for hospitals, who work for counselors. They are involved in every aspect of deaf people's lives every day. And so I'm just talking about education, but this applies to all areas of interpreting in the state of Iowa. So the Department of Education collaborates with us to provide support for interpreters who work in schools in Iowa. And we have a lot of rural districts that employ interpreters. There's only one interpreter in the entire district with one deaf student, who is sometimes the only deaf person in the entire town. So we provide evaluation opportunities and professional development for those interpreters. Iowa requires an interpreter license, and this was established in 2005. And it was set with a requirement on the Educational Interpreter Performance Assessment, which is the EIPA. It was set at a 3.5. And if interpreters could not meet that 3.5, they could apply for an extension on their temporary license. There was very little professional development at the time that this was established, particularly for interpreting in education, which is a specialist field of interpreting. And then in 2014, ISD started to hire full-time staff to offer statewide support, and I am one of those people that came on board. So we now provide language and interpreter mentoring for interpreters, particularly on that temporary license. And we also offer an immersion conference for interpreters for 1 week a year in June. We get together at Iowa State University in their dorms, and we have an immersion conference for a week. We offer workshops and training, and that's a very successful opportunity. We usually have almost half of the interpreters in Iowa participate in that annually. We also have a deaf cultural celebration here on campus that allows the interpreters to come and immerse with other members of the deaf community. It also helps provide connections with teachers of the deaf that work in schools in different areas in Iowa, and also interpreters and deaf community members. Part B funding also supports research that I do on interpreters in education. I most recently conducted a pilot study that shows that interpreters with a 3.0 on the EIPA do not elicit learning. Their interpretations do not assist students in learning in the classroom, whereas interpreters with a 4.0 do show some learning gains, and our license is set at about a 3.5, so it gives you an idea of what students on a daily basis are getting through their interpreters.
Deb, can I just ask a question?
Absolutely.
What's the top grade they could get?
The EIPA is scored from 0 to 5.
5.
So a 5.0 is the absolute highest score you could get, and it's extremely rare. The passage rate nationally at a 4.0 is 23%. At a 4.0, in Iowa, we have maybe one interpreter a year that achieves a 4.0 or better. Maybe. So at a 3.5, in 2016, we had 38 interpreters test in Iowa, and of those 38 interpreters, 19% achieved that 3.5 or better, which means they can become a licensed interpreter. In 2017, we had 35 interpreters test, and we had a passage rate at 3.5 of 33%. And then in 2018, we had 32 interpreters test and had a passage rate of 31%. And this is compared to a national average pass rate of about 40% at a 3.5. Okay? So we are working on improving, but we are not to the point where we are on level with national trends. The National Association of Interpreters in Education is a new organization. It's been established for about 5 years. I currently serve on the board of that organization as the secretary. And they have recommended guidelines for interpreters nationally for interpreters in education, because currently skills and qualifications for interpreters are determined by the state. There is a federal mandate in their IEPs that sign language interpreters be provided, but what it means for them to be skilled is a requirement set by states. Some states have no requirement whatsoever. Some states require a 3.0 on the EIPA, some a 3.5, and some a 4.0. Some states do not have a license, which means interpreters do not have to have continuing education to work there. I am proud to say that Iowa has a license and that we require continuing education. That is critical to maintaining interpreter qualifications. The recommendations put forth by the NAIE are that there is a 4-year degree in interpreting for sign language interpreters, particularly working in schools. The Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf, which is the national organization that serves interpreters in community settings, the RID has established a requirement to have a bachelor's degree before you can even take their test for certification. So without a bachelor's degree, interpreters in Iowa cannot take that test. The only test they can take is the EIPA. They also recommend that interpreters have a 4.0 or better on the EIPA. And this is supported by my research, my pilot study, and I am looking for funding to expand that study currently. They also recommend passing the EIPA written test, which is not something that Iowa requires. And this is a knowledge test that, oddly enough, most interpreters fail because of the English language fluency component. They also recommend requiring continuing education. So these are national recommendations. So my recommended future steps would be that we have a 4-year interpreting degree program in Iowa. I know that the University of Iowa is beginning to look at a deaf studies degree, which would be excellent because a deaf studies degree program would allow an interpreter training program to be housed under it by providing interpreting classes. It would also support a deaf ed degree because students could go through that program and also education at the same time, and they could come out with a degree in deaf education. So a deaf studies program supports the ability to go into these different areas. Students could also double major with deaf studies and programs such as social work, which would enable them to work with deaf and hard of hearing children nationwide who are vulnerable. And this program would have the benefit of having Iowa School for the Deaf here that can provide internship opportunities for students who are looking specifically at interpreting in education. Any questions?
I'm sure there are questions. Regent.
Deb, as you look to improve the pass rate, what are the major impediments that you feel you have to address?
So one of the major impediments is a national trend, and this is that interpreters don't have enough time to study American Sign Language before they try and become interpreters. So they learn the vocabulary of the language, but they don't learn anything about the syntax or the structure or how discourse is different in the two languages. And so when they interpret, what they're basically doing is just giving a string of words. It would be similar to a student who wants to become a Spanish-English interpreter, studying Spanish for a year and a half, and then attempting to become a Spanish-English interpreter. And that's one of the major barriers that we face. So we have started to combat that by providing language mentoring. We have a lot of very well-educated, very intelligent deaf people who live locally, and they have agreed to meet online with interpreters an hour a week currently, and they provide intensive language support in addition to the interpreting training.
Are there other questions? Regent Bates.
Yes, thank you. It's very interesting. Do you have the number of people out there or students that are interested in doing interpretation?
So I can tell you that in my 2-year training program that I run online with interpreters who are working currently in schools or have recently lost their license, last year I had 5, this year I have 14. So it's a decent number, and that's just interpreters who are currently looking to become licensed. Scott Community College does offer an associate's degree in interpreting, and they currently do have a pretty decent-sized cohort of students.
Good news.
So I have met with a number of deaf community at several of the events that Deb mentioned, and I can tell the board that there is great passion around getting better quality and more interpreters in this state. And when you think that a student's education is dependent on the quality of their interpreter, this is huge. How many deaf students do we have in Iowa?
Students who qualify for special education with hearing loss determined by hearing test, and hearing levels, there's over 3,000. Now, out of that, the number of students that are served on IEPs or IFSPs is something over 1,400. And of that, the number of students that would have interpreters, well, Deb talked about. About 125 students. I think it's pretty safe to assume, and this is true in every state, that there are more students that need interpreters than are receiving interpretation services through their IEP.
And another thing I've heard from the deaf community people is that this 3.5 is not near good enough. And I don't know for sure how we go about changing that.
I have recommended to the Iowa License Board that is housed under the Iowa Department of Public Health, I have recommended to them to do a mandatory 5-year retest for interpreters so that once they've achieved that 3.5, that they are tested every 5 years to make sure that they are at least maintaining that level and working towards a 4.0 or better on the EIPA or getting their national certification through the RID. And that's a recommendation that I have made. Getting them to follow up on that or change things is very difficult.
Another issue that they're very passionate about is getting a bachelor's degree available in Iowa. There is nothing available in Iowa, is that correct?
That's correct. There is the associate's program at Scott Community College, and when those students graduate, most of them come to my program. A lot of them stay in the area of eastern Iowa and work in the community, and many of them work on a temporary license for 4 years, can achieve a 3.5 or better on the EIPA, and can't work. So you have students who are participating in degree programs that are not preparing them for the work that they would need to do. But a 4-year program allows students more time to work on developing the language in addition to the interpretation skills. And then on top of that 4 years, another 4 years on a temporary license of practice and mentoring. Now you have 8 years, and that's much more reasonable for achieving a standard of high quality interpreter services. And I'm happy to say that my 2-year intensive study program has a pass rate of 50%. Just to put that out there.
I know there's been some talk at the University of Iowa. Would you care to address this?
Yes, and there is a white paper that probably will be ready soon. So what we are evaluating is the demand from the students, the resources that it would require to put an entire bachelor's degree. And the follow-up would be a conversation across the 3 universities to see, which one would be a natural home for it. So this is something that we'll continue discussing.
Great, glad to hear that. It's a population of students that we should not fail. So.
And the University of Iowa does have a strong sign language program currently, which is one of the reasons why that would be a good place to house a deaf studies program, is it's a natural step from where they are now.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Informative presentation. Is there any other business to come before the Academic Affairs Committee? Seeing none, committee is adjourned.
I'd like to call the meeting of the Campus and Student Affairs Committee meeting to order. I'll call roll. I think I've seen people in the room here. Regent Zach Least.
Here.
Vice President of Student Affairs Melissa Shivers is going to be absent today, but Mark Harris, the Director of Student Disabilities at the University of Iowa, will be sitting in for her. I haven't seen Mark yet. Martino Harmon here. Paula Knutson. Assistant Administrator John Kuhl. And Assistant Chief Academic Officer Jason Pontius. Okay, our first action of business is the approval of the meeting minutes from June. Does anyone have any additions or deletions to the minutes at this point? Okay, if none, then they will be approved by general consent. I'd like to call at this time Assistant Administrator Kuhl, who will please introduce our presentation and the two presenters.
It is on now. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you today, and thank you for allowing me to bring Taryn and Kylie with me here today as well. I wanted to start off talking a little bit about campus safety and what's going on with on the campus, what we've been doing lately. Over the course of the last year, we put in a visual audible alert system in our careers building, which is a building that houses our 4+ program for both deaf and hard of hearing students, and then we have a 4+ program for blind and visually impaired students. And we put in a new alert system in there that has 3 lights to it. It has a blue light for violent intruder, it has the amber light for adverse weather conditions, and it has the strobe light for fire. It's the first time we've had it, but the system also talks to the blind students in the building to let them know what's going on, because they can't see the lights, and so they get notified audibly. And we are working on putting that system into our elementary building. As you probably know, we received the money to renovate Long Hall, our high school building, and so as we renovate that building, that system will be installed there. And then in the Lead Multipurpose Complex, it's not on the board right now to do that, but we do have a 2-light system in here. We need to add a 3rd light, but because it's a more modern building, we should be able to do that relatively easily. Also, we are preparing our campus now for our blind and visually impaired students, and so if you go around the campus, you'll see all of our crosswalks have been newly painted. We've did some construction work, concrete construction, and made the sidewalks so that the blind and visually impaired students, as they walk around the campus, are able to know that they're coming to the street. It has what I call the Lego block in there, so that I can't remember what they call those, but it looks like a Lego block, and they're in there, and so the blind know when they're approaching the street, and they're able to, they know they're in a crosswalk. We've done that for every crosswalk that we have across the main road here at ISD. We've completed our emergency operations plan, submitted it to the board office. We're good to go on that. The annexes that are required by law have been completed. We will continue over the next year to work on the additional annexes for our emergency operation plan. It's been a wonderful journey for us. The AEA has a school psychologist who's an expert in this area, who's led us through that, and she is working with us to continue the development on those annexes. We've had the Council Bluffs Police Department, Fire Department, CHI representative, Pot County Risk Management, have all, mental health professional here in town, have all been on the team to help us develop our emergency operations plan. And finally, we continue to work on card access on the campus. Every school building that the children are in through the day do have card access. We now have the administration building we're working right now with ISU to get RFPs out, to get an electric company to come in and finish the work in the administration building, and so then we'll be complete with that building. And I would entertain any questions you might have about safety before I turn it over to Kylie and Taryn. If not, it's a pleasure for me to introduce Kylie and Taryn, and they'll talk about themselves and tell you a little bit more about them. Kylie, here on my right, is a graduate of Iowa School for the Deaf. and Taryn is a graduate of the mainstream program in Omaha. Both of them currently work for ISD, and I'll let them tell you the rest of the story. Thank you.
All right, hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Taryn Peterson. You have already know my name from the luncheon. And as Mr. Cole mentioned, I graduated from Burke High School in Omaha. I went to Rochester Institute of Technology and got my bachelor's, then received a master's in deaf education. And I've been here for about 7 years now. Hello, I am Kylie. I am a graduate of ISD. And I went on, got my degree, and came back to work here. I have a bachelor's in psychology. I worked for 2 years with a DOVE program, Deaf Overcoming Violence Through Empowerment, and worked 4 years for that program and then decided to move back here. And I currently work in the boys' dormitory. It is nice to meet you all. When parents have deaf children who are born, I realize there's so many questions and so many things that they don't know. The majority of deaf children are born to parents who are not deaf, who are able to hear. And there is an overwhelming amount of decisions to make. Do they implant? Do they give them hearing aids? Do they focus on speech or signing? They have to decide what kind of school program to send them to. So as we've discussed, my sister and I have had different pathways. We were born to a family who could hear. We are the only 2 deaf members of the family. So when our parents discovered we were deaf, they themselves had many questions. Should they learn to sign? Should they give us cochlear implants? There were various questions that arose, and there weren't quick answers. And in my situation, I went to a mainstream school because that was the best option for me. But Kylie went to ISD because that was the best option for her socially. Now, my program was a little bit different. There were more deaf students in that program, but most mainstream students are in that program alone. They are the only ones who signed besides their interpreter. However, I was in a program involving many other deaf students. So I was able to have those social opportunities with other deaf students. I had transferred to ISD in 7th grade, but prior to that, I was alone. I did not have deaf friends. The only individual I had full communication with was my interpreter, so that was not an adequate experience for me. So I spoke with my mom about transferring to ISD, and we found out about ISD through another individual who had left the mainstream program to come to ISD. So I eventually transferred here to meet my social needs as well as the community needs. So of course, in any family, children want to relate to their parents. They want that relationship. And it's the same for parents with their children. And deaf individuals also have to figure out what kind of deaf identity they have. And there is a spectrum, there is a range. Some individuals identify as deaf, they have a deaf family, they went to a residential school such as ISD. Others were mainstreamed, and maybe they relied on speech and listening methods. But that's all a process in discovering their own identity. And that is a struggle for all deaf individuals in our world. They have to figure out how to fit in this world and how the world can fit them. So that, I know, was a struggle for ourselves as well.
Parents generally have all sorts of questions. Is my child going to be able to hear it all? Will they be able to talk? Will they have friends? Am I going to be able to talk with my own children? And of course, there are appropriate questions that parents have when they are facing that new experience. So after the child is born and they find out, there is a process they have to go through to find out all of that information. I mean, they even have questions like, are they going to be normal? Can they function in the world? A lot of if questions. And, you know, how they are able to process that information and get that information is vital. You know, not to be able to communicate with their family, it's important to be able to communicate with them and find what is the best fit for that child and their family. Whether they use a cochlear implant or hearing aid, I mean, within the deaf community, there is some disagreement about that. Oftentimes, parents decide what's best for their child when they're very young. Taryn went ahead and got a cochlear implant. I was 13, 14, around that age, and that was Taryn's decision. Our parents asked her if she wanted to, and she decided to. When they asked me, I decided I didn't want to have it. For me, I was afraid of some brain damage possibly. I thought I could get along fine with the hearing aid, and that was good enough for me. That was my choice. So although we're sisters, we both had our own choices and took different paths with that. Honestly, I'm surprised that Mom and Dad let me go ahead with that process. But that was my choice. It was my decision. So again, when a child is born and they're deaf, the parents try to figure out, you know, are they able to get all the information? They have a lot of information given to them by audiologists, doctors, teachers, family, other services available. It's like trying to drink from a fire hose. It's all coming at you so fast at once, and it's like, what do we do with all this information? How do we figure out what's best for our child? And I think that ISD is able to help with that. We do help with that. We can help guide parents to find what is the best path for their students. If you know that the students will be okay, that even if it's new, we can help them out. And ISD is a wonderful resource for parents. If they have deaf children in their family, they know that they can come to ISD, and we are here to help with that process and give them the gamut of information that is available. ISD has been operating since 1855, so that's several years of experience. Deaf children, hard of hearing children, like I said, there is a broad spectrum of services available here at Iowa School for the Deaf, and we are here to meet everyone's needs, from a strong deaf background ASL family to a child who has hearing loss who does not have any sign skills and they only have oral skills when they come here. I do believe that's what sets us apart from other schools and from mainstream programs. But yes, most kids can get their educational needs met in a mainstream program, but at ISD we also offer emotional and social development for our students because they're able to socialize with their peers and they can develop that. Their basic interpersonal communication skills are developed, which leads to development in their cognitive and academic linguistics and skills. At ISD, our belief is this is what we follow at ISD. We believe that children become independent in personal experience by their physically, emotionally, their environment, where they are with themselves and knowing their identity. So why ISD is different is we are able to meet the needs of all students in all of the spectrum of backgrounds. For example, yeah, most students in mainstream programs, they meet their well-being, their educational needs, they keep them safe at school. Maybe they do have some good relationships, but for sure here at ISD, we do have loving relationships, good relationships with each other, with deaf people, and they're around people who can sign and speak directly to them, and that can meet their communication needs, whatever they may be. In my mainstream program, I was very fortunate. I had a lot of peers that were deaf like me. But if it was a different story and I was the only student there, my feelings of love, belonging, my self-esteem would not be what they are today. So I am very grateful for my experience in the mainstream program, but I know that is not always the case for all deaf children in deaf programs. That's right, like me, the primary reason why I decided to attend ISD is I felt a sense of belonging here. This is where I felt I should be. I could feel it. Alone in the mainstream program, I did not have that. I had a lot of internal struggle. I didn't have friends. I didn't have that, and I did not fit in. But at ISD, once I came here, I knew this is where I belong. This is where I am, which really helped with my self-esteem. My confidence developed. I had more success academically and interpersonally. And I mean, I'm so thankful to ISD for helping me with all of that. At ISD, we want to make sure that all of our students that leave ISD as completely a whole person as they're able to be, and to have a successful future, that we meet all their needs to make them ready to live independently, whether they want to return to their community or what they decide to do. The deaf and hard of hearing students, it can be a challenge for them to pick up information when they're young. You know, hearing students in hearing families, it's so easy for them to pick up information audibly from the news, family, other people, but deaf children have to really work at that. They miss a lot of that incidental learning when they don't have that language there. And often they miss out on that. And they don't always realize that they even missed out on that until they do know different. And ISD is very intentional on meeting both of their academic needs, also incidental learning. Like we have events such as the Academic Bowl and other activities to make sure that they are getting all of their needs met. So they know when they leave ISD, they can successfully lead an independent, successful life. Now, for the social and emotional development for deaf and hard of hearing children, I mean, all schools, yes, they have teachers, school nurses, counselors, paras. All of the schools are staffed with the needs to meet the children, but ISD also has residential counselors who work in the dorms. They work in the evenings and overnights. They have the student life staff. We also have crisis intervention. We have our health center, basically everything to meet the needs of our students. And what's really great about ISD is we have a team approach. It's not just, you know, me with all of these students. It's a team. We all work together. We collaborate, whether it's to meet one student's needs all the way to all of their needs. And the different roles are nice. Deaf and hard of hearing children can look up at us and say, oh, okay, they're deaf like me and they're successful and they can still teach me, you know, the different things that I need. ISD really is one big family with a common goal of making success for all of these children come true. Some of you might be thinking, well, if you teach your children ASL, does that mean that they won't speak well? But that's not always the case. Often if you teach them ASL and they acquire that language, that develops their linguistic capability with English as well. My personal belief is that your foundation is language for everything. It doesn't matter what type of language. It can be gesturing, spoken, it can be manual. Really, it's all related. The whole foundation for your life is based on language and communication. So that person, you know, I have to learn how to communicate and they have to learn how to communicate with me as well. If there's language deprivation, some people worry about that. Parents, well, if we teach them ASL, they might have that language deprivation, but that's not accurate. You know how you have dinner time with your family, you're all sitting at the table and you're talking. Well, imagine a deaf child being there. They have no access to that communication of what's going on and what they're talking about. They don't have that connection and that relationship. And here at ISD, we provide that environment. We do have family-style dinners where everyone can socialize with each other and they can understand each other and they can talk about more in-depth concepts and, you know, explain their worldviews and learn a lot that way.
So here at ISD, we truly cherish and encourage deaf culture. We have our own language, which is American Sign Language. We have ASL stories, poems, and we host monthly events for individuals to come and learn about deaf culture within the community. We truly cherish our deaf history, our deaf culture. That's a major point for us. And there are members of the deaf community who may be professional scientists or actors, and we want our kids to see that they can do any of those jobs. They can become anything they aspire to be. This year, we will host our 4th annual Deaf Culture Celebration in the spring, and that is a major event for us here. I think hundreds of people come. Last year, there was about 450 people that came. So it's truly a nice event for families with deaf or hard of hearing children to come and see that we are all in the same boat. And we enjoy what deaf culture has to provide. The key to what we do here at ISD is mainly that we teach, model, and encourage. We teach them, for example, how to do the laundry. We'll explain it. And then we will model it and encourage that behavior. So truly, this process is the key to what we do here as staff. We teach, we model, we encourage. So I honestly want to say that prior to this experience, I never envisioned myself working at ISD. But now that it happened, I'm truly grateful for this experience, and I'm happy to be here. And I would say the same thing. I was an ISD alumni, but I never necessarily expected to come back, but here I am. This is our home. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Any questions? I've got one, but I want to give everybody else a chance first. Okay, I'll go ahead and ask mine. And I apologize up front, this is a little convoluted, but I'm interested in this concept of developing a deaf identity. And I'm interested in the psychological impact on a student of getting to that point where they've reached their deaf identity or realized that. And what intentional strategies do you enlist to get them to that point?
So I will speak from my personal experience. I graduated from a mainstream program. I was very involved within the non-deaf world. When I went to college at RIT, I became more involved with the deaf world there. And that honestly changed my viewpoint as a deaf person. I felt more confident about myself because I saw other individuals facing the same challenges that I did. And that gave me the tools to persevere with daily life within a world that is full of people who are not deaf. Often the world looks at deaf people as broken, quote unquote, and that we need to be fixed. But through that experience, I learned we do not need to be fixed. We are absolutely as functional as everyone else. And my experience is different because I went to Iowa School for the Deaf. And so I learned about deaf culture and deaf identity earlier. I saw deaf staff and I learned from their experiences. So I believe I felt more comfortable in my deaf identity at a younger age than Taryn. I don't want to say that I was not comfortable within the deaf community, but I just became more confident, I suppose, when I saw other people experiencing the same things as I was. And it also allowed us to take more pride in our deaf identity. Does that answer your question?
Yes. And I was interested in that. I had a relative that is an alumnus of ISD, and I saw a big change in her through her life as she went through those stages as well. So thank you very much. Are there any other questions, David?
Just asking about trends. Do you think that more parents of deaf children are accepting deaf identity over time, or is it moving in the other direction? What do you see for the future?
Really, I believe that there is more acceptance happening. But again, that experience when a child is born and parents are realizing that the child is deaf, there is an element of shock there, and there are still so many questions. That idea of normalcy, will they have a normal life? And all of that information is difficult to process, and you can't process it in an instant. It takes time. So I do believe there is more of an acceptance of if a child is born hearing or deaf, but maybe it's half and half. There's still a struggle amongst that acceptance. There's a lot of technology options now as well. But I think we've also seen a lot more positive examples of deaf individuals, deaf actors, for example, in movies, and people have been more exposed to the concept, so they can see that deaf individuals can be successful. I believe that's something that is happening in today's world.
Paula?
Quick question. Working at a college environment, what are the barriers to getting into college, and how do we partner to better support students in their experience?
As far as accommodations, you have to make sure that deaf students have what they need. For example, interpreters. I have noticed that sometimes my friends who are deaf have struggles getting interpreters for their classes. So that is one struggle that they face. And also, often deaf, hard of hearing individuals experience language delays, so processing some of that academic language can be a struggle for them, so that is something that they face in everyday life.
Regent Betker?
Thank you. Well, you both seem to be doing so well. And I wonder, did your parents sign when you were young? How old were you when you had language?
Yes, I'm the oldest. So when they found out I was deaf, they instantaneously started learning sign. They didn't use ASL at the time. They started with signed exact English. But my parents did continue signing to make sure that we had access to our environment, and they did that from a young age. I believe we were fortunate to have a family who was willing to learn sign language. They were willing to learn to communicate with us. So that is one of the fortunate parts of our family, is that if we were forced to try and watch their speech, that would be more difficult. And personally, it wouldn't be successful for me. So I'm truly grateful that my parents were willing to learn to sign.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. That was enlightening. Also.
Thank you all.
Okay, I want to back up just a minute. I owe Vice President Shivers an apology. She is attending by phone, so I said not able to attend today. Our next item is a presentation of about student disability services. Call on Oates, Delkey, and Mark Harris. Present.
Good afternoon, Regents. Thank you so much for this opportunity for us to share our story. My name is Kelly Fidelke, and I serve as the Assistant Dean of Students with Student Accessibility Services at the University of Northern Iowa. So today we're going to give you an overview of what all of our offices do at our respective universities. One of the key components is providing leadership and expertise. We work collaboratively with members of the campus community to remove barriers for students and to ensure the complete participation on campus. We are typically the primary point of contact for resources, expertise, and related to campus policies that impact students with disabilities. And then we also provide advocacy for students with disabilities as part of the commitment to diversity of all of our campuses. Our advocacy is vast, and this is not all encompassing, but it relates to faculty, IT, recreational programming, etc. So all across campus. So what are accommodations? Accommodations are simply removing barriers to access. Our role in our offices is to determine what those accommodations would be and who is eligible for them. So accommodations are not a formulaic science. We all review documentation. We take input from the student. Then we also take our legal expertise and some creative problem solving, and then we come up with what the accommodation would be for the student. And then it's important that we ensure that the accommodations are in place and that they're working for the student. And then we have to mediate any of those concerns. Another huge piece of what we do is educating families and prospective students about what services are available at each of our respective universities. We hear from families and students that the conversation that they have with our offices is often the deciding factor as to what university they choose to attend. Yep.
Good afternoon, Regents. Mark Harris, University of Iowa Student Disability Services. Are we on? Okay. I'm so happy to be here and delighted to take your questions after. So we do a lot of education, and the education that we start with is before students even arrive on our campuses. There are a number of differences that the students face between high school and post-secondary education. And the main one is that the high school is responsible for identifying the disability and providing the accommodations, responsible for having the child evaluated if necessary, and parents are actively involved in the child's education and have access to all records. That switches quite a bit in college, where the student is responsible for identifying themselves and requesting accommodations from the institution. The student is responsible for providing documentation of the disability, and parents' involvement is limited due to FERPA guidelines. So we often ask our students if they would like to sign a release of information to talk with their parents directly, because that allows us to speak about their specific concerns as opposed to in generalities.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and regents. Thank you so very much for inviting us to join you this afternoon and share information about what we do. My name is Steve Moats, and I'm the Director of Student Accessibility Services at Iowa State. This is my 14th year in the Student Accessibility Services office. So your question might be, who are the students we serve? Well, it's a broad range of students. They come from all backgrounds. They're all academic majors. They're just like everyone else. They have to meet with us to request accommodations, and as my colleague mentioned, Kelly and Mark mentioned, they have to provide us with documentation to substantiate their need for accommodations, and that does involve, in most cases, a review of documentation, medical records, information from a qualified healthcare provider, a medical doctor, a physician, a counselor, a therapist, and those sorts of things. So on the screen, you'll see a compilation of the numbers of students that we're working with. And yes, you can see that those numbers continue to rise regularly. And we're very excited about that, because that means we're doing good work. And the we means our offices, but also our campuses, administrators, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a good thing. It also presents a challenge sometimes, because we have to keep working real hard and creatively to meet the needs of those students. So if you're asking about what types of learning disabilities or disabilities generally are indicated, you'll see on the screen the largest number appears to be students with learning disabilities, and then health disabilities, psychological and mental health, and then the sensory and mobility disabilities, kind of on the lower side. When we hear the word disability generally, we think of a person in a wheelchair, but this information says very differently, right? Learning disabilities, health disabilities, and absolutely the psychological and mental health challenges that we continue to work with every day on our campuses. So it's an exciting opportunity to work with a lot of students, but our work is very complex because their needs are very complex as well. The next slide lists a number of accommodations that we provide to students. Accommodations, as I mentioned, are determined based on the documentation as well as an interactive discussion with the student. All accommodations are determined on a case-by-case basis. We want to meet the students where they're at. Accommodations are not an unfair advantage, and reasonable accommodations are something that we, the university, have to provide if they're deemed appropriate and necessary. So really very interesting information, and we meet a lot of students every day, and we work with students and parents to educate and help them understand the differences between high school and college, as Mark mentioned.
So what are the expenses related to academic accommodation? The first thing to stress is that the student is never responsible for the cost of an accommodation, that the university absorbs all those costs to give the student equal access to the educational experience. And we don't want our students thinking about or worrying about what a particular accommodation costs. That's our job to be responsible for, and their job is to let us know what they need. Relatively fixed costs in our office have to do with staffing and caseloads. So we operate on a caseload model, and the advisors in our offices work directly with students to make sure the accommodations are in place. I want to talk a little bit about staffing. The Association on Higher Education and Disability in 2018 did a survey and found caseload averages were 190 per full-time staff member. And across the Board of Regents universities, caseloads average around 400. So how can we do that? At our university, we focus a lot of our time on first-year students and students who are new to the institution to make sure they understand how accommodations work at Iowa. After that, students can log on to an online portal and request their accommodation letters without interacting with our staff. And so we assure them that we're available to troubleshoot accommodations should those problems arise, and ask them to contact us first before they attempt to resolve them. So one of the things we look at is how do we know that we're adequately staffed? In a spring 2019 satisfaction survey for students our office serves, 95% of students agree that their accommodation coordinator is able to meet in a timely manner, and 94% of students feel their accommodation coordinator responds to emails in a timely manner. And we measure this every year to look at, are we starting to get stretched too thin with our current staffing?
Now I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the variable costs. I think it's also important to mention that it's not just about the accommodation we provide, it needs to be quality. We are often that connection to that student, and we see them through the start to finish, and we're just typically a resource point for students. So that relationship that we have is very, very important, and that's something that none of us take lightly. So some of the variable costs tend to fall under deaf and hard of hearing accommodations. So I was really, really happy to hear all the other speakers today talk about the different experiences and some of the challenges that we have in the state of Iowa, because that does play into the effects then that we experience at our university as well. The average cost to student is approximately $15,000 per year. The hourly rate for interpreters or CART providers ranges from $55 to $100 per hour. So you may be wondering, like, why so much? Why the variation there? And a lot of that is because we have to account for travel time for interpreters. So for you and I, for instance, we pull from Cedar Rapids and Des Moines. I always say that Cedar Falls is kind of a black hole for interpreting. We just don't have a lot, and so when we have a lot of students, then they get picked up right away. And then we have to think about the quality too, and making sure that they're able to interpret at the university level. And then some other expenses could be like more specialized accommodations as well. I guess I just want to add in there, something that we all also do is keep our leadership abreast of the larger accommodations, that we know if it's going to be a larger expense, because then we can work with our cost and make sure that the university as a whole is aware, and we can shuffle things around if we need to. And like Mark said, we never want the student to feel as though, or even know that money is even part of the equation with accommodations.
I might just add a quick example to help maybe clarify some of the part that we've been talking about related to expenses. We're often asked to provide a projection of cost for our expenses related to providing deaf and hard of hearing services. And we can do that to a certain point in time. You can do the hourly rate, $65 an hour times 17 hours plus travel, but that can all change extremely quickly when we have a student come to campus who has never notified us before. And that just really is an important thing for all of us to keep in mind, because as a university, we have a legal obligation to meet that need, but also we have to do it because it's the right thing to do. And again, Iowa State has been fantastic in helping make sure that I have the funding that I need to help support all of our students, whether they come knocking 3 months before classes begin or 3 days before they begin. So it's an interesting challenge, but we do it well. Next slide talks about increasing complexity. We continue to see lots of increases, as I mentioned before, in mental health challenges, and that's complex in and of itself. We're continuing to see increasing numbers of students on the spectrum, autism spectrum, come to college. We do our very best to assist them in developing strategies and doing outreach and working with them and their instructors to make sure that reasonable accommodations are in place. Another increasing area of challenge for our professors is related to chronic health and the impact of chronic health, mental health as well, their impact on attendance and participation in class. Some mental health conditions, some health conditions invariably will impact class attendance. So if there are strict attendance requirements in the class, our offices often act as a liaison to help resolve some of those situations. We have to be really nimble in the work that we do, and that's an example of it. Similarly, rapidly changing technology is something that we all use to help students receive accommodations, remote interpreting, remote cart, lots of different things. We have to be nimble and change as our technologies change. And as our students need different things, we have to be adaptable as well.
So how do we measure our effectiveness? Our effectiveness is often measured instantaneously. So we don't have the luxury of sitting back and just, mulling something over for a really long time. The student needs something and they need it right away. So we often have to get creative, and that's what also makes us really good collaborators as well, because we have to tap into our campus resources, each other, to figure things out. So we know right away if something's working for a student or a faculty member, and then we are responsible then for resolving that.
And we also survey our students. As I mentioned previously, 94% of students at Iowa believe their accommodation coordinator helps them solve problems. 93% of them believe their instructors are able to provide their accommodations. 94% feel they can schedule exams with us in a timely manner. And 94% indicate that the testing environment provided by faculty meet their accommodation needs. In addition, our programs are often externally reviewed. At Iowa next week, we actually have a program review where we'll have disability directors at 3 other institutions on campus to look at every aspect of our operation and to help us make strategic decisions moving forward. So one of the pieces of data I'm most proud of are graduation and retention rates, which we've begun to measure at Iowa. And I think what they're doing at Iowa State, and you and I support this, that our first to second year retention rate is 92.1% compared to all students 85.6%. Second to third, 85.4%, all students 78.4%. Third to fourth, 88.3%, all students 73.5%. And the 4-year graduation rate is 58%, and all students 53.3%. And so I think that speaks to the good work all of our offices are doing. And one question parents ask me the most when they come for a campus visit is, will my student succeed on your campus if they use their accommodations? And it's nice to be able to show them the hard data now that will be a pretty good indicator of their success.
One of the changes that both Iowa State and UNI has done is we adopted a new program called Accommodate, and it's an online system similar to what Iowa has. We have a first year data set, so not as strong as what Iowa has right now, but we are definitely looking at all of those numbers because they're very important to the overall retention of students. Any last questions?
Regent Barker, or Bedker, whichever one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. On your slide, I can't see a number here, but it talks about the disability category of accommodations requested, and there seems to be a spike in the last few years. And I wondered, is that because the services are more available now and people are learning about them? Are there more learning disabilities than there used to be? Go into a little more depth on that slide for me. Thank you.
I'll speak to that. I think that it's partly what you said, less stigma around disability. Also in 2008, the Americans with Disabilities Act broadened what they defined as a disability. So then we have a larger, wider net of individuals that would then qualify or even understood from the high school level that they had a disability. So you can see the spike kind of starts in 2012 there, which would have been about the year that class was coming in. So I think that that's part of it, is the change in the law there. And then I also think that our universities as a whole have done really good with beefing up their mental health services, bringing a lot of awareness to that. And so, like Steve said, we look at the numbers and we get really excited because we think, oh great, more students are identifying that there's a barrier that we can support them with. And then long term, I would like to see that kind of flat line out, so then we're doing more universal design, so then we can back off. We've identified that people now are coming to us, but what changes can we make through a systematic way to eliminate the need for accommodations?
Regent Barker.
My question was very similar. I was looking at that same slide. I can understand that, changes for the psychological or the learning, but the line that's most surprising is the health disabilities, and that takes a sharp spike up. And I just wonder, what are the most common health disabilities that are not mobility or the other categories?
I'll mention a couple. I think more and more individuals are realizing that health disabilities can also receive accommodations in college. So for example, individuals with celiac disease, digestion challenges, may have just tried to tough it out in the past, now, because we help advocate with their professors by providing recommendations on accommodations, for example, yeah, this student should be able to leave the classroom when they need to leave the classroom. They're working with us to provide them with a document to spell that out if they need to be excused. That's an example. Other ones, colleagues?
Yeah, I would share the same observation at Iowa. I think we're doing a better job of educating students on the range of disabilities we can accommodate. And we're seeing mental health numbers increase, I think, because of that very thing. Students will often call our office and say, can I get accommodations for my depression? And they most certainly can. But I think students, as well as others, may traditionally define disability in ways that limit the definition. And there are a wide variety of types of disabilities on each of our campuses. At University of Iowa, 96% of all disabilities are invisible. And so you wouldn't know in looking at the person that they have a disability.
Jim.
Regent Bates.
Thank you. You mentioned a caseload and that you visit with a student when they first come to campus. Do you have periodic visits then throughout their stay there, other than contacting you when something's wrong? And then I have a second question. I would think, besides educating students, that the instructors and faculty take a lot of your, not a lot of your time, but that's a big piece too, if I'm right.
Absolutely. And I'll respond to your second question first. Sorry about that. We do a fair amount of education and outreach to our professors and instructors. It's a partnership, absolutely. A lot of times folks think our focus is on students, and absolutely it is. But part of what we do is help instructors, departments understand that providing reasonable accommodations is the right thing to do, meeting students where they're at, helping them get what they need so that they can really receive information and show what they know. So that's a huge part of our work.
And just as an example of that, at the University of Iowa, our office is able to meet with all incoming faculty in College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, and to provide them with information on how to help their students get access to the accommodations.
And I would say that we try to follow along with the students. We work closely, so like I'm under the Dean of Students office. We collaborate a lot with them as well. So if there's a student of concern and they've connected with my office as well, then we make sure that we are coordinating amongst them. I recently had a student who went onto a PhD program in Texas and felt like he was being discriminated against. I'm not going to weigh in on whether or not he was, and came back for advice. And I think that speaks volumes to the kind of relationships that we are building with our students.
Absolutely, that speaks very well. Thank you. And thank you for all those students in years and years past would never have come to get a degree because they didn't think they could, and that's really a good program. Thank you.
Regent Barker has another question.
Do you have any idea of the number of accommodation requests that you received that you turned down?
I don't have off the top of my head, I don't have a number, but we do collect that data as well.
And I would just add that that our goal is to try to accommodate the students however we can for that. So at Iowa, we've looked at our documentation standards over time and have begun to accept a much wider variety of documentation to qualify a student for services, because we don't want to put any unnecessary barriers into place and have the student or their family scrambling for a diagnosis or talking to their therapist, taking their physician's time. And what we would rather that they do is to give us what they already have in their file and see if we can use that to qualify them for accommodations.
Paula?
You mentioned the term universal design as the goal. Could you expand upon that term a little bit?
Sure. Real quickly, and my colleagues will jump in. Universal design is the intentional creation of learning opportunities that allow students to participate without having accommodations have to be put in place. So it's creating the most opportunity for the most students at once. An example of universal design in our society, more and more We're seeing level curb cuts created in sidewalks. That benefits people who have mobility challenges, but it also benefits people who use strollers, bicyclists, rollerbladers, et cetera. So that also happens in the classroom if professors think carefully about how they design their courses.
Yeah, we, again, as part of our consultation, we work with like the instructional designers to discuss some of the trends that they're seeing with faculty in terms of like how they're building their courses, because that's the ideal situation, is that it's already laid out there and we don't have a job. Like that is truly the ideal situation, is that it's not needed.
And I think another example of universal design and instruction would be note-taking assistants is one of our most common accommodations. And there are instructors who post notes for their classes online, or they have students take responsibility for writing notes, which the instructor reviews and then is shared with others in the class.
Any other questions? A question from the floor?
In the University of Iowa Student Government, and you might remember me, I addressed the Board of Regents at the April open comment session because of what I perceived to be a severe lack of services and resources for students with disabilities at the University of Iowa. I attributed this inequity to the extraordinarily narrow mission of the Student Disability Service Office. I did a significant amount of research, and I presented evidence to the board that Student Disability Services had the most limited mission statement of any Regents, peer, or Big Ten Disability Service office. They employed a comparatively low number of staff. They offered few resources. They even lacked basic information, like a disability grievance procedure on their website. I'm here again today because after 5 months, these fundamental issues still have not been resolved. The mission of SDS has not changed. They employ 1 fewer staff member. The SDS website is still missing prominent links to basic campus resources, like the campus accessibility map, which shows accessible entrances to buildings, the Bionic Bus campus paratransit service, which I've had students tell me that they had no idea existed after 2 years of attending this institution, and even information for the ADA coordinator's contact information. There's still no information on their website about the university's disability grievance procedure, so most students with disabilities lack the knowledge to even report disability discrimination at the university. So I have a question probably for Dr. Harris. Why is Student Disability Services, as the primary student service office for a marginalized and historically underrepresented identity, so reluctant to provide the basic services, resources, and support for students with disabilities to have an equitable experience at the University of Iowa?
Well, first I'd like to thank you, Claire, for bringing our university once more into the spotlight. I think we've made a lot of progress since your initial meeting with the board. For that, we've been engaged with Claire and a number of other students to make sure that we're hearing concerns from the students. I think a big part of our program review that will happen next week are addressing the very issues that Claire brings up in terms of mission and scope of mission, and that we should have that information later in the semester and recommendations about further directions that our office can take. But we always welcome student input, and we've learned a lot this summer from students, and I think we've made a lot of progress, but there's still a lot to do.
Thanks, Mark. Any other questions? Thank you for your presentation. It was very enlightening as well, and thanks for the great questions. Is there any other business to come before this committee today? Okay. Our next meeting will be scheduled for November 13th at the University of Northern Iowa. And with that, we'll declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Guys set? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well, welcome to this meeting of the Investment and Finance Committee. This meeting is called to order. The first item on the agenda are the minutes of our June 5th meeting. Are there any questions or edits that might need to be made to the minutes as written? Hearing none, the committee will consider them approved by general consent. Item number 2 is the Investment and Cash Management Report for the quarter ended June 30th, 2019. And I'd recognize the Marquette Managing Partners, Dave Smith and Doug West, for their presentation.
All right. Thank you, Regent Barker. Good afternoon, everyone. And as Regent Barker mentioned, the information that we're presenting today is as of June 30, or the end of the second quarter. And a lot has certainly happened over the course of the last few months. A tremendous amount of volatility around gyrations with lowering interest rates and ongoing trade tensions. Generally speaking, through the end of the second quarter and through year to date, equity markets have done reasonably well, as have fixed income markets. So the news is generally positive. The information that we're presenting here today is market environment first that helps us understand the reasons why the portfolios have performed as they have over the course of the first 2 months of the year, and give us a little bit of guidance perhaps around what we can expect through the remaining few months of this year. So on page 3 of this report, just an economic overview. Overall GDP remains relatively slow but still positive growth. Generally, the consumer is very healthy. Economic spending with corporations tends to be a little bit mixed given the backdrop of trade tensions. Unemployment is still among the lowest levels that we've seen in a very long time, as unemployment has come down considerably since the global financial crisis. CPI, or inflation, remains relatively muted. Obviously, the big backdrop geopolitically are ongoing trade tensions between the U.S. and China that causes corporations probably to think twice about the amount that they're spending going forward. The Fed rate cut in this document was printed on August 6, 2019. The Fed did announce earlier today that they cut by another 25 basis points. This is the second cut since 2008. Generally speaking, interest rates have come down about 70 to 80 basis points on the short end of the curve, which is usually very accretive to equity markets, and that certainly has been the case now. Lowering interest rates do have an impact on fixed income portfolios and those managers, those fixed income asset classes that are more sensitive to interest rate tends to perform differently given certain environments. On page 5, fixed income performance through the first half of the year, very strong, even a little bit more positive as we look forward to September. Returns from just core fixed income, investment grade credit, U.S. Treasuries up around 6.1%. High yield credit bank loans up a little bit more, around 9.9%. Credit tends to do reasonably well when equity markets perform well, and that's certainly been the case so far this year. On page 6, yield curve, and this is a concept that's been discussed very often in the media. Typically speaking, yield curve inversion tends to forecast a recession. That's not always the case, but there is always that threat. We are upward sloping from about 2 year on. So while there's been talk and discussion around an inverted yield curve, that's not the case, at least from certain points here on this particular yield curve. U.S. equity markets, probably the strongest asset class among all asset classes up through the first 6 months of the year, almost 19%. We saw a little bit of a sell-off in July, rebounding in parts of August and September, and a little bit more volatility given the recent announcement around interest rate cuts. Generally speaking, U.S. equity markets have produced very, very strong returns, and obviously that's a key driver of growth in all of the portfolios. And just thinking a little bit more deeply around U.S. equity markets, what is driving returns? On page 8, we illustrate by quintile price relative to earnings, price relative to book, which quintiles are driving the most returns, and the most expensive asset classes, the most expensive sectors in the S&P 5 tend to have the strongest impact on returns. So those expensive stocks continue to stay expensive as investors drive those prices up. And when we think about leading indicators, earning growths, new manufacturing orders, and probably part of the reason that we see another rate cut from the Fed is the forecast or the possibility of some sort of slowdown. We see that with an inverted yield curve. Perhaps we see that with trailing 12 months earnings and PMI, which is Purchasing Manager Index, which is an indicator of things to come. And then finally, for our U.S. equities, the expectation is slower earnings through the rest of this year into 2020. That gives us pause. We think about expensive stocks in the S&P 5, lower than expected earnings, and what that can potentially mean for U.S. equity returns, perhaps more of a muted path forward with U.S. equity.
So on page 11, we have non-U.S. equities. And if you think back to the fourth quarter of 2018, remember there was a large drop in the equity markets. We've had a significant rebound both in the U.S. and non-U.S. markets. But you will notice, Dave just mentioned, up around 19% through the first 6 months for the U.S. markets. Non-U.S. is trailing up close to 14% here year to date through June 30th. Again, a nice rebound in the markets, but overall, relative to the U.S., still lagging. If you look on page 12, some of the reasons for this are general uncertainty in the Eurozone. And this chart maps out policy uncertainty and then the Eurozone sentiment. And if you think the headline news in the Eurozone right now is Brexit, and there's a tremendous amount of uncertainty around Brexit. Again, the deadline to come up with a deal is October 31st. Right now, Parliament is suspended until the 14th of October, so there is a limited time from a negotiation standpoint. Of note, the EU did vote to allow an extension to the UK if they asked for one, so that is a possibility. But again, a lot of uncertainty right now in the Eurozone around what is going to happen at the end of October with Brexit. In addition to the uncertainty, similar to the US, you see a general slowdown across the globe, both in developed markets and emerging markets. And on page 13, you see that trend highlighted. Again, a pretty upward sloping trend in 2017 up to 2018. And then again, we've dipped down now into contraction territory from a global standpoint, looking at manufacturing. Now, the Fed today commented, Chairman Powell's actually speaking right now, so we just got a little bit of his comments, but he did definitely note the general slowdown from a global standpoint, but he did note that the U.S. is holding up quite well on a relative basis. But one of the byproducts of that slowdown that you saw on the prior page is that central banks have become more accommodative. So there was a clear tightening path from 2016 onwards, but in 2019, about 30 central banks have cut rates. The Fed obviously has cut twice this year. The ECB just last week cut their deposit rate and initiated additional quantitative easing. And there's talk about the Bank of Japan as well, and the People's Bank of China has issued a bunch of stimulative policies as well. So the impact of the slowdown has been a reversal, of course, from a central bank standpoint, becoming a little bit more accommodative here in 2019. On page 15, we look at real estate performance for the quarter, up 1%. We've been noting over the past 2 years or so that we've been expecting real estate returns to moderate more towards the income that the funds have been producing, and that certainly is the case this year. Year to date, the index is up a little over 2%, certainly down from the historical numbers we've seen in the past. The other part of this is that such strong returns out of fixed income have certainly weighed a little bit on the real estate side here, but lower rates typically will be a little bit of a benefit to real estate going forward. The other thing of note here that we've been monitoring very closely with managers is their retail exposure, and it is worth noting that we are starting to see write-downs occur on the retail segment. So again, this is an area that we're paying very close attention to and monitoring. Again, it's an area of the market that's been impacted by the Amazon effect, and this is something that all the real estate managers are definitely working on positioning their portfolios to adjust for. Page 17 looks at private equity performance. This is through 2018. Private equity valuations are always on a lag, but you will note the one-year performance for all of private equity is significantly above the public markets for 2018. Again, in 2018, the end of the year was a pretty negative turn for the equity markets, while private equity ended the year quite positive. And of note, on page 18, as we look back at prior vintage year performance, as time continues to go on, we're seeing the deviation from public markets continue to extend. Private markets as a whole have outperformed by a pretty wide margin relative to public markets over most time periods. And then lastly, on page 19, we sum this all up, looking at all the asset class returns year to date, but you can note U.S. equity markets clearly leading the way to the far left here, followed by non-U.S. equity. You can see high yield right in the middle as credit markets below investment grade have done quite well year to date. And then lastly, bonds. Longer duration, more interest rate sensitive bonds have done the best as yields have fallen, while shorter duration bonds have lagged behind, again, less impacted by that falling yield curve.
And if we think about the benefit of diversification in this slide in particular, well diversified across a number of different asset classes, and we looked at the same slide at the end of 2018, the only asset class that was in positive territory, one of the only asset classes, was core real estate. Core real estate served as a significant ballast when equity markets sold off, when bond markets were flat. So it's certainly no surprise that we see an element of mean reversion over a relatively short time period. So being well diversified across these asset classes help the portfolios over the long term. So any questions about economic backdrop before we turn to the specific portfolios?
One quick one, unless anyone else has a question. You mentioned that the inverted yield curve historically has some predictive power about recessions. The fact that we've got a sort of inverted yield curve, does that have any predictive power at all for either the mini recession you talked about or some elevated probability, or does it really not have give any signal at all?
Yeah, the inversion that typically is cited is the 2-year versus the 10-year, and that's been the one that's most studied. In that briefly inverted, but has since come back and is now normally shaped. I will say that you think about from a lending standpoint, if you're a bank and you are paying out a short-term rate that's higher than what you're able to lend money out, it certainly has an impact from a credit and a lending standpoint. And the Fed has done studies on this that show that not only is an inverted yield curve often a predictor of a recession, it may also be a cause of a recession as well. So again, the 2-year and the 10-year are back normally shaped, but you know, it's never a positive sign to have an inversion on the yield curve.
And if we think about what's different this time, we see a tremendous amount of inflows into the long end of the curve as the U.S. Treasury market, especially on the long term, is a great source of yield for investors worldwide. So we've seen trillions pour into the long end of the curve, pushing prices up, but interest rates down. So we are seeing that sort of suppression on the long end as a result of a tremendous amount of bond buying.
Well, thank you very much. So next, we'll get the annual review of performance.
That's right, thank you. So again, we're looking at performance as of 6/30 over multiple time periods, and there are 5 portfolios under our collective care, 2 operating portfolios, 1 intermediate portfolio, and then the endowments. And each one of those portfolios have different purposes, different objectives, different risk return profiles, and we allocate assets according to each of those. So the first is the University of Iowa operating portfolio, and the asset allocation tends to favor fixed income as a way to generate yield, as a way to protect against volatility. So a high allocation to fixed income during periods of rising rates has certainly been, period of falling rates has certainly been accretive. Now, one thing to keep in mind, we have fixed income managers that exhibit lower sensitivity to interest rate changes, lower duration. So when interest rates drop, prices go up, but perhaps not as much as the index, and we'll see the tracking implications in just a minute. Liquidity for diversification purposes and just sources of ongoing liquidity certainly helps or creates a little bit of a drag as equity markets are increasing. So the performance for the University of Iowa operating portfolio, our objective or target rate of return over the long term is around 3%. We are tracking very, very closely over the long term, which is the metric that we want to focus on. Some tracking over that 1-year time horizon due to the high allocation to fixed income and the dramatic drop in interest rates of about 70 basis points over the first 6 months. So that tracking is largely attributable to just short-term underperformance in the fixed income space. Over the long term, no real concerns. Iowa State operating portfolio, again, it has the same policy targets. There may be some relative misweights depending on liquidity flows, the individual institutions' need for liquidity, and there can be some variation, but it's structured the same way, and generally speaking, we try to maintain allocations as closely as possible. As you would expect, the returns are still very similar. On page 24, a little less tracking over that 1-year time horizon, but over a 3-year and 5-year period, we are spot on to where we should be. It's also interesting to point out that while there may be some tracking over the 1 year, we've effectively doubled the target rate of return over the course of the 1 year. So 30 basis points of tracking on a relative basis, but on an absolute basis, very good results. The diversified intermediate portfolio has a slightly higher risk appetite, slightly higher return objectives, so we see slightly different asset allocation favoring a little bit more equity, a little bit more core real estate, a little less equity, and as you would expect, we have slightly higher returns over the longer term time horizon. Some tracking over the 1 year for reasons that we've already explained, but over 3-year, 5-year, relatively tight to the respective benchmark. And then lastly, the endowments. These portfolios have a very long-term time horizon, the most aggressive appetite for growth, more room for risk. So we see higher allocations to equity, higher allocations to private equity, lower allocations to fixed income. And with allocations to private equity, public equity in markets like this, the 3 and 5-year returns are very attractive, almost 10% over 3 years, very close to 6.5% over a 5-year period. What we're capturing here over a 1-year period is some of the sell-off towards the end of the year, which have muted calendar or trailing 12-month returns. Iowa State University has a very similar, has an identical policy target. We try to maintain that as closely as possible. We still have a 25% target to private markets, slightly overweight, slightly underweight core real estate, but generally speaking, we try to be as close to those targets as possible. And the results are very similar. Slight tracking over a 1-year period, but very good results over 3, 5, and the longer time periods that are reflective of very favorable returns from public and private equities.
Sorry, any questions from anyone? All right. Well, thank you very much, and I also want to thank you for being so very responsive to questions that we've had between meetings. I really appreciate your responsiveness on that. And if there's no objection, we will forward, the committee will forward this item to the Board of Regents for consideration. Is there any other business to come before the committee?
We do have one more, the annual peer review.
Oh, you do? I'm sorry. All right.
And again, this is done on an annual basis, and the idea here is to evaluate the endowments relative to a broad peer group of similar institutions and similar funds. And so if you look here on page 3, we are looking at the University of Iowa endowment asset allocation relative to other broad peer groups. The two main ones here, one is NACUBO, which you are all probably familiar with. There are 2 different lines for NACUBO. One is a peer group, so similarly sized institutions, and then the black bar is all NACUBO participants. It's worth noting that the all NACUBO participants is dollar weighted, so that the higher allocated, if you think about the larger institutions, they may have a larger allocation towards alternatives. So when you see the black line on the alternative section, it's much higher. Again, that's weighted towards those larger institutions. Then the gray and the blue lines are investment metrics, which is an independent universe that's over $4 trillion in assets, and again, represents a large peer group to compare against. And if you note the green line here relative to all peer groups, I think that the 2 main points are, one, very similar in terms of allocations to the equities and alternatives. And then if you look at the fixed income allocation, that's probably the one area where there's a little bit higher allocation of fixed income relative to the NACUBO peers, and a little lower allocation to the alternative segment. And all of this, again, is by design. The Iowa State University endowment, very similarly allocated. I think the only difference here is the red line, the peer group is slightly different, but again, similar themes with a little higher allocation to fixed income and slightly lower allocation overall to alternatives. On page 5, we look at the return summary. This is as of June 30th, 2019 as well. This is for the University of Iowa, and again, I think the main thing to point out here is that if you look over the 3, 5, and 10-year periods, you see that the University of Iowa endowment relative to the peer group is in the top quartile of returns, so outperforming the majority of the peer group over most time periods. And then similarly for the Iowa State endowment, the allocations are very similar, and if you look again over the long term, performance is exceedingly strong, both on an absolute basis and on a relative basis.
All right, great. Thank you. Any questions from anyone? All right. Again, thanks for all of your help and interaction. So if there's no other business, the Investment and Finance Committee is now adjourned.
Roger. Can you hear me in your headphones?
The meeting of the Board of Regents, State of Iowa for September 18th, 2019 will come to order. I will begin by calling the roll. Regent Dunkel.
Here.
Regent Barker.
Here.
Regent Least.
Here.
Regent County is absent. Regent Dokovich is absent. Regent Bates.
Present.
Regent Lindemeyer.
Here.
Regent Butker.
Here.
Regent Richards is present. We have a quorum and the meeting can proceed. At this time, I'd like to recognize the Board of Regents Chief Budget Officer, Brad Berg.
Thank you, President Richards. This morning, on behalf of the University of Iowa Facilities Corporation, we received bids, and with me today to present the results of those bids received for a bond issue is Elizabeth Bergman from Baker Tilly, the board's municipal advisor. Elizabeth, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, and thank you, Brad, and thank you, the Board of Regents. I'm pleased to present to you all a very successful sale. At 10 o'clock this morning, we sold the University of Iowa Facilities Corporation $30 million bond sale to finance the Museum of Art. We received 8 bids, a very competitive environment, and Citigroup was the winning bidder with an 2.84% interest rate. So 30 years under 3% interest rate, a very successful sale. When I look back over the history of University of Iowa sales, I don't see anything that's as long-term as that has a rate of under 3%. So a very favorable outcome. And it was also a very competitive environment with the second lowest bid being at $2,855. So there are a number of low bids. Also worth noting, as part of the process of selling the bonds, the rating on the bonds was updated by Moody's Investor Service and Standard & Poor's at a AA1 and a AA rating. So endorsement of the strong work at the University of Iowa, the financial health there, and making the bonds very attractive in the market today. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Board have any questions? Hearing no questions. A motion and a second are required to approve a resolution providing for the sale and authorizing the issuance of $30,150,000 of University of Iowa Facilities Corporation Revenue Bonds, Series 2019, for the purpose of paying a portion of the costs of constructing and equipping the Museum of Art and paying for costs of issuance, providing for the payment thereof, and directing the issuer to issue said bonds. Is there a motion?
I so move.
Regent Bates, who's second? Regent Knuckle. Is there any discussion? Regent Barker?
Yes. Well, congratulations on this sale. Very, very impressive results. Just briefly, the Art Museum was approved before I joined this board, and it is approved and moving forward, so I will vote for the bonds that are needed to finance it. And I very much support the Art Museum. I've visited the University of Iowa Museum of Art since the original building was built in 1969 when I was in elementary school. I do have some concerns about the location of the building, and I know our planners, engineers, and contractors are working very hard to mitigate the flood risk of the Gibson Square site. But floods bigger than what we saw in 2008 will happen. The 1851 flood in Iowa City was 70% larger than the 2008 flood, and there's no reason to think that 1851 was the worst that could happen. In the future, I believe we should try very hard not to build in flood-prone areas, and that the board should monitor this project to make sure that everything reasonably possible is done to reduce flood risk.
Are there any other comments?
I'd just make a comment, not to be argumentative at all, because I respect Regent Barker's perception very much, but I think that the professional staff that we hired and that we employ have done a very good job. And from what I've read, it's a 500-year plain flood, and we're building, I think the collection would be at least 6 feet above that. So I think our predecessors have done good work, and I'll vote for this as well. Thank you.
Any other comments? We'll now have a roll call vote. Regent Dokovich is absent. Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Least?
Yes.
Regent Bates?
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer?
Yes.
Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Barker?
Yes.
And Regent County is absent. Regent Richards votes yes. The motion is approved.
Thank you.
And now I recognize Regent Bates, who will run the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Committee meeting.
Thank you, President Richards. Okay. Let everybody get in position. Welcome. Our first item is approval of the minutes from the June 5th, 2019 meeting. Are there any questions or corrections? If not, the minutes are approved by general consent. And now I'll welcome Dr. Brooks Jackson, Vice President for Medical Affairs, and Tyrone D. Artez, Dean, Carver College of Medicine. I'll turn the floor over to you now for the team's report. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Regent Bates and other regents. I'm pleased to be here today, and I'm joined by Associate Vice President and Chief Executive Officer for UI Hospitals and Clinic, Suresh Gunasekaran, also Associate Vice President of Finance and UI Healthcare's Chief Financial Officer, Brad Hawes, and Joe Clayman, who is our Associate Vice President for Legal Affairs, who will be coming up near the end of the presentation. For our presentation today, I'll begin by making some brief opening remarks, followed by Suresh and Brad providing a report on UI Hospitals and Clinics' operating and financial performance. The report will include a look at some of important efforts underway to ensure we are operating as efficiently as possible, at the same time remaining focused on ensuring our patients receive the high-quality care they expect and deserve. Suresh and Brad will also provide a high-level look at our year-end results for fiscal year 19, which I'm pleased to report were very solid thanks to the hard work of our entire team at UI Healthcare. Preliminarily, UI Hospitals and Clinics ended with a 5.6% net operating margin, or about $102 million, on a $1.835 billion in net revenue. This surpassed our FY18 performance, where we had a 3.7% net operating margin on $1.66 billion net revenue. Our financial success was due to several factors, the details of which I'll let Suresh and Brad address. But as the board knows, healthcare is a high fixed cost enterprise, with expenses rising faster than reimbursement. For fiscal year 20, UI Hospitals and Clinics expects an increase in reimbursement of just 0.65%, while our costs will rise 3.5%, mainly due to rising drug prices, salaries, and other operating expenses. At the same time, demand for our patient care services has never been greater and will increase even more due to Iowa's aging population and increased prevalence of chronic disease. We continue to operate at near full capacity, and we need to increase patient access for our services. To meet this challenge, we are implementing plans to increase our number of beds, operating rooms, clinic space, and hours, and outreach clinics, all the while keeping a focus on achieving operating efficiencies. It is clear we have an imperative to grow, and we look forward to working together with the board to ensure we can deliver on our promise to meet the healthcare needs of all Iowans well into the future. Towards that end, following the report of operating and financial performance, Suresh will introduce a request we have before the board today to authorize capital for University of Iowa Health System. This action would support the continued development of activities to support UI Healthcare's clinical, academic, and research programs. And related to this, Suresh will provide an overview of a joint venture we are pursuing in the area of renal care that is but one example of the potential use of capital this action would support. Finally, our legal counsel, Joe Clayman, joins us today regarding some proposed amendments to the bylaws of UI Hospitals and Clinics and its clinical staff, and we seek the board's approval for these recommended changes. Before I turn things over to Suresh and Brad, I'd just like to share highlights of a couple recent events. Just last week, UI Hospitals and Clinics received an unannounced 5-day reaccreditation visit by the Joint Commission on Hospitals. And as the board knows, the Joint Commission is an independent, not-for-profit organization that accredits and certifies over 22,000 healthcare organizations and programs in the United States. Joint Commission accreditation and certification is recognized nationwide as a symbol of quality that reflects an organization's commitment to meeting certain performance standards. We are extremely pleased by the preliminary results and feedback we received from the surveyors on their closing visit meeting, and after a very rigorous and challenging review, I really want to commend Suresh on his first survey as our CEO, but also to the entire team for a job very well done. Next, the start of the new school year is always an exciting time at UI Healthcare, and the Carver College of Medicine was delighted to host last month its annual White Coat Ceremony, which I think Regent Bates attended as well. An experience students entering medical school look forward to with much anticipation. In the presence of family, guests, and faculty members, 152 students were welcomed into the medical community and received their white coats. With this traditional event, students became aware of the depth of their responsibilities from the first day of training and the importance of the doctor-patient relationship. As an aside, the entering medical student class of 2023 has the highest median MCAT scores for the college in the past decade at least, increasing from 512 last year to 514 and from 511 2 years ago. So due in part to increased scholarship funding, which we've made a priority so that we can recruit the best students and Iowa students in particular. So that increased scholarship funding has certainly helped. We have kept tuition flat. Student debt is high, about $185,000 of debt per student. And of course, our outstanding admission committee's efforts has done a great job in interviewing and recruiting these students. I think the appeal and success of our new curriculum is also a major factor. We also have another diverse and balanced class with exactly 50% women and 50% men, and approximately 11% underrepresented in medicine. Also beginning their studies at the Carver College of Medicine this fall are 25 new physician assistant students for our #1 ranked physician assistant program, 40 new Doctor of Physical Therapy students, and 67 new PhD students. Allied health students in certificate and degree programs have also joined us as learners within the UI Healthcare. In addition, we have 154 new residents, 82 fellow physicians, and 7 dental residents that began their advanced specialty training in July at UIHC. So we're delighted to welcome these newest learners to our campus and are pleased that they have chosen UI Healthcare for this exciting new phase of their careers in medicine. In other good news, the U.S. News & World Report this summer released its 2019-2020 Best Hospital Rankings, and once again, University of Iowa hospitals and clinics is included in this year's listing. This year, we are ranked in 6 adult care specialties, number 6 in ear, nose, and throat, 6 in ophthalmology, 19 in gynecology, 27 in orthopedics, 27 in pulmonology and lung surgery, and 43rd in cancer. We have 2 additional specialties, urology and geriatrics, were listed as high performing as well. So I want to thank all the faculty, staff, and volunteers whose efforts really help make these rankings possible. Rankings methodologies do change frequently and are not without flaws, whether for hospitals, colleges, major research universities, or other categorical groupings. But rankings do matter, and because they are watched closely by patients, donors, students, and many other key stakeholders who may be considering UI Healthcare for their education or their workplace or their loved one's medical care, we do pay attention to these. As such, we remain focused on doing all that we can to improve our standing in the rankings as a means of demonstrating our commitment to being a destination academic medical center and making our education as affordable as possible for our students. So with that, I'd like to turn things over to Suresh and Brad at this point.
Brad, you want to go? All right. Similar to the format that we've used in the past, we've broken up this section into a couple of different categories. The first one that I will present to you is, and we will do this on a regular basis, is our commitment to efficiency. I have 3 examples here in the slide deck that we'll talk about to demonstrate where we feel like we are being responsible custodians or fiduciaries of the resources that we have. So the first one has to do with what we call our supply chain. So you can imagine within a healthcare environment that we spend a lot of money on healthcare supplies, in excess of a couple $100 million on an annual basis. And so we want to make sure that as we buy those supplies, that we're doing so at the most appropriate price, and that we're making sure that the way we manage those supplies is as efficient as possible. When we try to compare prices, you might think that that would be a fairly straightforward kind of an exercise. But when you're dealing with many vendors, and when the price includes a purchase price and sometimes a rebate and sometimes a discount for volume, it sometimes gets complicated. What we have on this first slide, and I won't go through each one of these, but I'll maybe highlight the top, is an effort where we believe that we simplify our administrative costs, we simplify our ability to compare, and we strengthen our leverage with the vendors because we get more volume through a single vendor. To do that, we have to work very closely with our providers, the faculty in particular, to standardize around specific supplies. And you may or may not be aware, but even things such as sutures and the needles used in sutures become very sensitive topics when you're dealing with the surgeon. They are trained a certain way, they're used to and accustomed to very specific things, and so asking them to change is a very involved process, and it might take several months or even years to convince people that we want to arrive at a consensus. When you start then talking about a knee implant or a hip implant or other kinds of things that are implanted in the patient, it just becomes that much more complicated. I will say that at the University of Iowa, I am very, very impressed with the efforts that the team has made in the past. And we're proud to report that on these goals, where we have pushed our providers to standardize 80% of the purchases onto a single vendor or a single type of instrument, we have been very successful, much more successful than I've seen across the industry and places that I came from. This speaks volumes to the flexibility of our faculty and the expertise of our supply chain team. I don't think ever expect to standardize at 100%, and none of these standardizations are mandatory. They end up being guidelines that are agreed upon jointly amongst the providers. But when we buy something that's off of the standard, that's more expensive, we report that to them so that as they're balancing the cost and quality equation, they are as informed as possible. So in this first category, in neurosurgery, neurology, and orthopedics, we have standardized these 5 items. And by doing that, we were able to cut $3 million out of our expense structure by doing so. And you can see the ones below: cardiology, digestive health, and urology. The same dynamic. They're not as big in scope, but they are very beneficial. Every dollar we can take out of our expense structure drops immediately to our margin that we can use in other places, and it has a much more direct impact than growing the top line in our income statement. In addition to standardizing, it helps us manage the inventory, it helps us manage the carrying costs, and it just makes it simpler all around for what we do. And so this is a great effort that we have embarked upon. The next one, using the facilities that we have to their maximum ability or capacity is very important. And so we have highlighted here one specific example in heart and vascular on the outpatient basis, where we wanted to be able to use our existing facility and providers to expand. Not only because it's more efficient, but we also have room for an opportunity for improvement for better access to patients. And so when we look and we say, well, to get an appointment might be longer than we want, what are the barriers? And is that we don't have enough providers? Is that we don't have enough time in our clinics? We look at all of those factors, and what we'd like to do as much as possible is use our existing resources to expand the capacity. And so in this one, you flip the next, we had a couple of initiatives here. The first one that's highlighted here on page 8 is that we wanted to reduce the turnover time in our cath labs. And so as you can imagine, when a patient's there, when they leave, there's a process to clean, to organize, to bring in the supplies for the next case. And in fiscal year 19, where we started was it took 40 minutes to turn over a room. And so 40 minutes of idle time. That's also idle time for our anesthesiologists and other folks. And so we were able to reduce that from 40 to 25 minutes, which led to an increase of 200 cases with existing resources that essentially is all without an incremental investment. We did, in this case, have to make some investment in the staff to facilitate the turnover. Our goal in this upcoming year is to go then from the 25 minutes down to 20, and that's not just going to be staffing, but that would be workflow. We hope that that would allow us to add 2 cases per day in our operation. And then the third example that I have here, which is it's begun, it's partly implemented, not fully done. When you look at our services, we have historically allowed each specialty to do their pre-authorizations with the insurance companies. When we recently engaged with Deloitte to come in and look at what we call, in a large sense, the revenue cycle, this was one of the areas that they highlighted that they felt like we could improve upon. And so we have centralized these departments. It's about halfway done. We think there will be another half that will go forward. And so one of the things that I ask my team when we do this is to make sure that from a staffing perspective and a service perspective, that it wasn't just a centralization and that the local teams feel like they lost control and the service got worse. And so you can see some qualitative feedback on the right, comments made by some of the folks in the operations that felt like it worked well. And then if you look on page 10, you'll see some quantitative results. Our prior authorization rate for the centralized departments has increased by 8%. Our denials have decreased by 5.5%. So that's not only a financial impact, but it also then is a labor savings impact because we don't have to have staff that are chasing the pre-authorizations. Sometimes when we don't get the pre-authorization but the procedure goes forward, then we don't get paid. And so we see benefits all around here. The labor savings alone is about $1.5 million. The denials, you can see that those have dropped. So as we implement the second half of the slate here, we expect this trend to continue. And really, to the patient, a lot of times these things are invisible, but they do provide much needed financial help as we try to prioritize and fund ongoing initiatives.
All right, Brad, I'll take over for you. The next section is our commitment to quality. It's a little bit more exciting than Brad's section. I'll start with that slide. I think that it's a new year, and we're blessed to have a new series of Kid Captains for this year. We are ready, we are organized, we've been able to do that, and I would say this will be my first full season that I get to experience the Kid Captains. I will certainly say it's an immediate morale boost for all the staff that are in the building, and we need it because it's been a week of firsts for us, for me specifically. This is my first trip out to Council Bluffs. I appreciate the hospitality here. I was wondering what happens when you go down I-80 this far, and I figured that out. It was also a week of firsts. Joint Commission came for our first visit, and I'll certainly say that one of the first things they wanted to do as soon as they got here, all 9 of them, was go up to the 12th floor of the Children's Hospital to see where the wave happens. Their summary on the building was that the people inside were far more magical than they thought the wave was. We got an unbelievably thorough survey, but they really validated across multiple different areas the excellence that we had. But one thing that they commented on over and over again were just the amazing values of Iowans and how well the University of Iowa represents the state in terms of what we're able to do. And so I will move on from this slide. And I guess my third first for this was my first Iowa State game, but we all know how that went. The next slide has been covered by Dr. Jackson. It is that we are ranked in 6 specialties nationally. The only piece that I'll add is that the peer group is very interesting. The peer group is that the majority of other hospitals that are on these rankings, both for adult and children, are in communities that have far greater populations than one would see in Iowa City or even in the state of Iowa. So we continue to deliver at a national level for Iowans, and we're really proud to be able to do that. And these rankings are validation that we get results. The one that I would specifically highlight is this year is that on the pediatric rankings, neonatology has entered the top 20 at 16. We think this is a lot about us learning how to submit the data. We think we've always been at this kind of a level, but with these rankings, you have to get very good about doing this. But I think the board should be very heartened by the fact that we really are running such a world-class neonatology program in a state where maternal health and fetal health, early childhood health is such a big need. So we are very proud to do that, and we wouldn't get this ranking without having such a high volume from communities outside of Johnson County. We wouldn't even meet the volume necessary to be a top 50 program if it weren't for all the other communities that benefit from us running the neonatology program. So I will highlight that as something that we're particularly proud of. Also for us, I think that these rankings combined with the brilliant facilities that we have will allow us to continue to retain top Iowa pediatric providers in the state to practice in this environment. Also, internally, we continue to get recognition in our nursing organization, and I think that one of the things that I would like to highlight is we continue to have a really nationally recognized nursing program. There's a lot of synergy with our School of Nursing, which leads to a kind of a culture of excellence. I think that we've got highly engaged nursing leadership and nursing staff. that's witnessed by these Beacon Awards. The Beacon Awards are actually given across the nursing industry, and it's not centered just on university medical centers. And in many parts of the country, the University Medical Center is not the one that is winning the majority of Beacon Awards. But in Iowa, we're proud to be well represented amongst the awardees. 9 Beacon Awards in Iowa, 6 of them are from the University of Iowa. And this really shows, they really measure the level of nursing engagement straight from the bedside all the way through leadership. Are you really trying to create a distinctive model of care for your patients? And are your staff all the way down to the front lines buying into that and continuously improving it? That's what Beacon really measures, is not just are you delivering nursing care, but are you continuously improving it for the special needs of the patients on that unit. So you see here award winners on med-surg cardiology and our NICU, completely different areas of the enterprise, but we continue to do that, and we're very, very proud of our nursing organization and this recognition. These are all the silver awards. Again, all I will give you is the highlights of the titles of the units to show you that this is spreading across the entire enterprise. The CVICU, our med-surg cancer unit, our surgical and neurosciences intensive care, and our BMT and stem cell transplant unit. So this is across the board. This is cardiovascular, this is neurosciences, this is oncology as well. So across the board, we're seeing our nursing units really step up. So we're very proud of all that. Always in this journey for quality, our work is never done. There's a lot of room for improvement, but what I continue to find after having been here now for 9 months is that when the University of Iowa decides to focus on an area and we bring our clinicians and our care teams together, there's just so much that we can accomplish, and the data shows that. So one of our areas of improvement that we've been working on for the entire 9 months that I've been here is our rate of infection following colon surgery. And you can see here, we were troubled by this because in 17 we were pretty close to that 1.0 expected infection rate average, and we went up to 1.9. So we very much started working on this problem in an interdisciplinary way. We're now down to 1.4 at the end of fiscal year 19, which ends June of 19. And it's not here because we only present the publicly published data, but I will tell you we are awfully close to 1.0 as of fiscal year 20. And so what this shows is when we put some focus on this and bring our clinicians together, this really can make a difference. One might ask, why do we even get ourselves into this pickle in the first place? And the answer is that the nature of care changes, but most importantly for us, the patient population changes. So for us, we're a big transfer hospital. So it's not a lot of bread and butter colon surgery that you get in a community hospital. So as different communities lose providers, we get more referrals of those cases, and a lot more cases with a lot more complications. So we have to constantly reinvent our game to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the patients that are presenting to us. So it's a little bit more complicated. That was my attempt at an excuse, but we certainly deserve to do better, and we're focused on doing that. The other example I wanted to show is one that we're actually very, very proud of historically, but what we have noticed is that if you look at the national average, that's in gold, and a lower number is better. So here you want a lower infection rate than the bar. You can see that we have a long history within our orthopedic program, again, a nationally recognized program, of having much lower infection rates than the national average for hip and knee replacements. In fact, many of our faculty during this period are the national authorities on this and have actually published industry standard papers on this. But even in a nationally recognized program, even where our faculty are our leaders, you can see that we began to see some creep here in our performance, as it seems as though we are falling closer to the national average. And when we looked into it, you can look at that the complications that go into this are listed on the left side. And what we're learning is that many of these complications aren't actually related to the presenting condition, the need to replace a hip or knee, but it has to do with the other medical conditions that our patients are presenting with. So what's really changing over this time series is the Iowans that are showing up for surgery now and need the hip and knee replacement have so many other complex medical conditions that what we're finding in our orthopedic service is that we need to treat the whole patient. We need to understand their overall medical conditions so that they are adequately prepared both before surgery and after surgery to recover. And one part of that is it'll reduce the number of complications that we have associated with this. One specific area was highlighted in Brad's presentation as well. We were looking at spine as an area to think about the complete continuum. Now we are focused on creating that complete continuum for hip and knee replacement, which is including active work with social work, both before and after the surgery. It includes a nursing education so the patient is better prepared for what is coming. And then the final piece is to make sure that they have adequate family support structure to do this. So again, this is where our performance is not trending appropriately. I hope to, within 3 to 4 quarters, come back to you and show you a better story. But what I wanted to tell you is we do have a beat on what's going on here, and our team's really focused on doing better. For the more exciting part of the presentation, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hawes to go over some numbers.
It's the best part of the whole day. So if you'll turn to slide 20, and I'm actually going to ask you to maybe take out a pencil, because I want you to write down just 4 themes that I think this data shows you that may not be readily apparent. It might be as you are now, I think, educated consumers of the data. But the first theme that I want to talk to you about is that inpatient discharges in healthcare are decreasing nationally. They're decreasing within the state, and they're even decreasing at our hospital for a variety of reasons. Now, they're decreasing at different pace. If you were to look at the state of Iowa, they are decreasing at a faster rate than they are at the University of Iowa Hospital. So you can see in this volume change statistic that our year-over-year inpatient discharges or admissions were down 2.7%. If you were to look at other hospitals across the state, that would be even a bigger decrease, partly because some hospitals are losing physicians in their local communities, and so the services that they historically provided, they no longer can, and those patients are coming to Iowa City with increased frequency. The other reason for that is that services are moving from an inpatient basis to an outpatient basis. So that would be my second theme, inpatient to outpatient migration. So you can see, if you look on the right-hand side on the top, our inpatient revenues were actually under budget, but our outpatient revenues were significantly over budget. And so a lot of the procedures that historically, and even sometimes were required to be done in the hospital, are now done in either place, depending on the acuity, or some of them now are almost done exclusively in an outpatient basis. One area, and not to talk too much about orthopedics, but now hip replacements and knee replacements are being done in less than a 24-hour stay in a hospital. They're done in a surgical center. People are sent home to recover. And so not too many years ago, that would have been a 7 or 8 day stay in a hospital. Now they're not there at all. And so while the discharges are down, and many services are moving to outpatient, the third theme that I want you to think about is that what stays in the hospital is increasingly intense and increasingly sick. And so that is measured when you look at acuity. There is a statistic in healthcare called a case mix index. So every procedure that we do gets a score, and they average that score across all of the patients. And as that score creeps up, then that is a measure of intensity or acuity. So our case mix index is a 2.2. The national average is intended to be around a 1. So this would say that our patients are extremely sick, but that statistic has been growing up in a steady state basis for a long period of time. Part of that, and you won't see this apparently, but if you look at our payer mix, even though we call Medicare stable here, part of that is because the patients or the population is aging. So they need more services, they are sicker, they have comorbid conditions, and so when they actually need that hospitalization, because they're older and they have other things going on, that adds to the intensity or the acuity. And so you see those things in our data.
May I comment for a second?
Absolutely.
I completely agree with Brad. There's one additional point, though, that I would make that we're facing that everyone else isn't. I actually think we would have made budget for inpatient and wouldn't have been at negative 2.7% if we hadn't run out of beds. So the part for us is that once you get so full, if people are staying longer for all the reasons that Brad said, we're unable to take the next admission. And so we're in a unique state of, we probably, if we had more beds, could serve more Iowans, and that's crowding out our ability to hit our budgeted discharges. If we had 50 open beds or 20 open beds, I think this trend would have continued. And I asked Brad, we probably would have hit budget if we weren't hitting our maximum carrying capacity, which would put us in an N of 1 for this state as a hospital that's facing that situation. So although the outpatient trend is profound, the outpatient trend is the dominant reason why Iowa hospital discharges are going down, and that's nationally true. But we continue to experience a lot of Iowans, a lot more Iowans that would have liked to have gotten admitted. And some of you have sent me personal stories. I continue to get personal stories on a regular basis about various communities that have experienced delays in getting their loved ones into the University of Iowa. And that has mostly to do with this statistic, which is that we're full on a given day, and it's difficult for us to take that patient. But a year ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, that patient would have been able to get here, and the community's expectation is, before they would have gotten in a day, what's going on? And so I think one of the things we continue to look at is how are we going to manage this situation as we continue to stay very full for patients that need care. So I just wanted to comment a little bit.
You're absolutely right.
So Suresh, it begs the question, and the answer is yes, we are looking at adding capacity.
You're stealing all my thunder. No, Suresh is actually right. Sometimes I think I get a little scared
Can you
because
say that into the microphone again?
we tend to finish each other's sentences sometimes, and it's a little bit scary. I want to unpack his comment, though, in two ways. I don't want you to focus as much on being full as denoted by the revenue number, but if you come back to the volume change, even though I said discharges are down 2.7%, our patient days are up 3%. And so sometimes you measure how full you are on the patients in and out, but it's also the number of patient days that is a better measure of how occupied our beds are. And so you might ask, well, your discharges are down, but your days are up. Does that mean people are staying too long? When you look down at the length of stay, that would tell us that they're not staying too long. So for the illness that they have, we are keeping them for the most part, the appropriate amount of time. We do have opportunities we'll be back to talk to you about where I think we can do better. We need help getting patients out into the next level of care. But this patient day number would tell us that we actually have more people in the beds for more time, even though the number of patients has gone down. Revenue is a funny thing in healthcare because we actually get paid based on when they just show up. We get paid based on the discharge, which is why the revenue doesn't track with the days. And that's maybe too far down in the weeds. But I just want to unpack and reinforce what Suresh said. Our days are up. And when your occupancy often is above 90, approaching 95, or in some days 100%, the gears start to grind and it becomes very hard. You have no flexibility in the way you manage your shop. So to President Harold's point, we have to add capacity or we will have to turn away more patients or we will be limited in our ability to increase our efficiency and to manage things. And that will be, I think, a conversation in the future.
And I think a point on that is that we have active discussions and processes in place to try to keep patients in the community where they can still receive care. I get this question a lot. If you're so full, why aren't you helping the other hospitals stay more full? And the answer is we would love to. We think that healthcare is best when it's delivered locally and as conveniently as we can. But honestly, most of these are situations where the patient's coming to us because we're the only one providing the procedure or have the equipment that's necessary. Or as you saw in the hip and knee, there are tons of places in this state that do a great job with a normal hip and knee. But when you have a very obese patient who has this issue with diabetes and cardiovascular, then they're not qualifying for the surgical list and they're not qualifying for the care at other hospitals, and that's why they're told you need to come to the U. And so I want to make sure that you get a little bit of a flavor of this, is that we are not trying to aggregate patients that don't need to come to the University of Iowa just to further our situation here. It's more about these complex services, and unfortunately, as the population ages, people become more candidates for the UI version of care than they did otherwise. And so I do want to be very clear, we're working very thoughtfully on how to keep patients in the community, but those efforts are being overwhelmed by the demand.
Okay, so if we turn the slide then to page 21, or slide 21, and I won't spend a lot of time here because I believe that we showed you some preliminary results. These are getting much closer to final, but we're not quite through our external audit. But to cut to the chase, we ended the fiscal year with an operating margin of 5.6%. That is far in excess of our budget, and something that the rating agencies have been looking for. And so the question that we sometimes get is, well, what are you going to do with that money and how do you need it? And so I'll turn then to slide 22 as just I guess a reminder to the group. When the rating agencies look at us, they are looking at primarily these three categories. I've only pulled one measure in each, but our margin of 5.6% is very good relative to our peers. Now, we budgeted in the current year a 3.9% margin, which is a little bit above the Moody's because of the dynamics that Dr. Jackson talked about. Our costs rise every year faster than our revenues, and in a normal environment, you can grow and get economies of scale to help offset that dynamic. In an environment where we're full, we can't grow and use the economy of scale. And so this becomes harder and harder to maintain our margin. We finished the year at 210 days cash on hand. The benchmark by the rating agencies is 265, and our debt ratio is in a positive light. And so when we had a conversation in the middle of the year about our financial status, what the rating agency said is to borrow money, to come back and issue more debt when you need to expand, we want you to demonstrate that your margin is consistent, and we want to see a sustained performance, and we want to see your days cash improve. If that happens, then we feel like we can probably let you access some of your financial capacity without doing anything with your rating. And so I think we are at a place now where we are solidifying plans for where do we add capacity and how do we finance it, and those will be conversations that we bring back to you for approval. But we needed this margin to help replenish our days cash on hand, or we would have been in a position where the rating agencies would not have really let us access the capital markets that we need to be able to use to add the capacity that's being expected from us.
Can I just add a question? So, I'm sorry about that. In the paper the last couple of days, it's been that Medicaid, the providers for them are now going to court with trying to collect on the AmeriHealth. Are you comfortable? Have you collected most of yours? Do you feel good with that, Brad?
We have been. We have been on top of that Medicaid managed care provider, and we feel good about that. I think I also had reported in this meeting last time that we were struggling with an update with Wellmark and their financial systems. That has largely been resolved as well, and so I think we're in a good spot on both of those.
Good. Continue that good work, because that's a tough position to be in.
All right, so that's the end of the financial presentation. Are there any other questions or comments from the group?
Just very brief. I was really impressed with your discussion on standardization, and it sounds like you're working on the basis of consensus and not on mandating. And so you actually achieve savings, but you're preserving independence. That just sounded great, and something you can only pull off with good management. So,
thank you very much. Yeah, when you start talking about quality, clinical quality outcomes, and telling physicians what's best for their patient, that's a dangerous place. So consensus may be too strong a word, but a majority buy-in, I think that's right where we are. But I appreciate your feedback. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions before they proceed? Okay, go ahead.
So we'd like to recommend that the board authorize University of Iowa Healthcare to transfer up to an additional $25 million to the University of Iowa Health System for the purpose of continuing the development of network activities through itself and its subsidiary companies in support of the clinical, academic, and research programs of the University of Iowa Roy J. and Lucille A. Carver College of Medicine and the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics. We have a presentation here today that shows an example of a potential use of this capital, and I have a pretty detailed analysis of this transaction that is presently pending and has not been finalized, but significant amount of work has been done towards this end. So I wanted to make sure that the board had full understanding of what we're contemplating. Please interrupt me anyway along the way. Our goal is to explore a joint venture with an outside vendor, Innovative Renal Care for Dialysis Services. As the board is aware, we had issued an RFP last year for partners to consider for a joint venture. The reason we have done this is that we think that it really can benefit the care that we deliver to our patients, particularly what's changing and has continued to change for a decade, 2 decades in renal care, is the very different delivery models for renal care services for very different patient populations. And academic medical centers have struggled to take what works on campus and make them work on remote sites because the acuity of the patients are different, the care protocols are different. Well, in the decade, the technology's further changed, and now there's so much home-based dialysis. So as we look at all of these care models, what we have found and what the industry has found nationally is that a lot of freestanding renal-only companies have really figured out how to implement these care models, how to staff for it, and some of them have been good at working with academic medical centers. So we wanted to find out through this RFP process whether we could find a partner that could help us improve and develop this, and we think that they could help drive operational efficiencies. We think they'd bring a lot of knowledge in how to run this, and we think that we could do a lot better off campus. That's our real goal, is that to really extend the network of UI Health expertise on this in a broader population that could then feed our transplant programs and other things. So on the next slide, we have an overview of where we are. Our first dialysis facility opened in '75. Today we have 4 sites outside of Iowa City in which we do ambulatory dialysis care. We run the only pediatric dedicated dialysis clinic on main campus. You can see the different modalities we have. We have 24 nephrologists, and you see that they provide 30,000 annual treatments for approximately 200 patients. So this is a pretty robust program today. And Innovative Renal Care, they're a relatively new vendor in the marketplace. The leadership team and the operational team previously ran a different company that was purchased by Fresenius. And the band has gotten back together again to work with academic medical centers. And what we really like about their approach is that several members of their senior leadership team come from academic medical centers, and so they understand the value of treating all patient populations, care models that involve both main campus and off-campus models, so that it's many dialysis providers tend to cherry pick which kinds of patients they want to see. When you have a partner with academic medical center experience, they're willing to really work on all patient populations in all communities, and so that's been really important. The main improvements that we're expecting from IRC, they responded to the RFP, they reviewed our data, they reviewed they came on site, looked at our facilities. I think that they really believe that through the joint venture, we can transform the UIHC dialysis platform to benefit all Iowans in a broader base of communities. If you really look at why would we explore this supporting joint venture, the real reason is that I think that we could take our platform and have it benefit more Iowans than just on main campus. And I think that the partner has the ability to bring us operating models that could help us invest their own capital in that growth outside of Iowa City. I think that we're well positioned because we have a lot of adult and pediatric expertise. But I also think that working with a partner reduces our financial risk in entering other communities and expanding programs off campus. And so really having a partner that's committed to that success with expertise, we think is really going to matter. And again, this is still going to be a part of UI Healthcare, so it will still seamlessly integrate with the rest of our healthcare assets within UIHC. We think that there is a tremendous benefit to patients. I think that dialysis is one of our critical programs, but it's one of many critical programs that UI Healthcare offers. And by having a partner that's dedicated just to this purpose, we think that there will be a lot of impact to patients. Number one, there'll be a lot more access to a lot more treatments, both in center and at home. But I think that one thing we should keep in mind is that our faculty will continue to be the medical directors of these programs. We still think that our faculty is the foundation of clinical excellence in all of these programs, and what the joint venture really does is leverage their expertise and have it affect a greater patient population than we would have been able to do on our own. I also think that IRC leadership has a lot of expertise with national benchmarking organizations and performance improvement organizations, so I think that we'll be able to get a lot of collaboration with other sites around the country to have the best models. And ultimately on this, all businesses have a finite amounts of resources. The more efficiently you can use those resources, the more patients that you can benefit. And I think we're really looking for a lot more efficiencies off campus than we get presently on campus. What I mean by that is that I think in a given space, amount of square footage, we could see more patients off campus than we do on campus, and that would really benefit the community. And I think IRC has a lot of expertise in that throughput and efficiency. Our goal with them is to model a greater expansion across the state. I think initially we're going to focus on the centers that we have today and really turn them into centers of excellence, and then beyond that look at other opportunities to expand in the modalities and in the communities that make sense. There are many other competitive dialysis centers, so our focus is really going to be on meeting the needs of communities that are not being served. There's no reason to go into areas that are already well represented. We really want to attack those areas that are underrepresented or have facilities. We think there are about 15 to 20 facilities in the state where facilities are open today, but they're very empty. So, these are opportunities for us to come in and provide services.
Yeah, and unfortunately, dialysis is a rapidly growing service amongst the country. And so there may be not only, Suresh is kind of talking about existing facilities, but more and more people are needing these services. And the more that they can get them at home or in a local community setting is much better. It takes hours and hours for these procedures.
And as we move into these models, it's an advantage to figure out the most healthcare cost-efficient way to deliver this service. Ultimately, we want to make sure the patients get the same result, but the mousetrap that needs to be perfected in this arena is one that does this at the lowest cost to the system for the best outcome to the patient. And that's not going to be done in the hospital setting. That is going to be done in other settings, and so this allows us to do it. One thing I'll bring up here is just really the joint ventures structural considerations. As this will continue to be a business that is a part of UI Healthcare, we will ensure ultimately, if there is a deal that is consummated, that in this deal that we would have sufficient control to ensure that the joint venture meets all of our public purposes, including teaching, research, and patient care. We would ensure that we have sufficient control to ensure that there's high quality clinical care, that all compliance procedures are followed, and that there is appropriate engagement of not only our medical director staff, but that the staff within the joint venture are at high levels of engagement. One of the if this deal is consummated, one of the main areas will be a transition of employees. The employees that presently work in these centers will be transitioned to the joint venture because the joint venture couldn't have half University of Iowa employees. The entity itself will have its own employees, and we will be a joint venture owner both financially and in governance. The joint venture leader, IRC, will provide the management, but that management will be done under our oversight. As these employees transition to the new joint venture, the joint venture will maintain the total compensation of all employees who transition, salaries, wages, benefits, that's at par with the current levels. We have insisted that they engage an outside benefits management firm to independently evaluate whether the new structure will be equivalent to what we have today, and they have assured us that they will. We will have sufficient control if the deal is consummated to ensure that this happens. Every single employee that is presently part of these centers is guaranteed employment within the new entity. So in summary, the employees will be guaranteed employment, and we will guarantee that their compensation remains the same. And seniority will be honored with respect to all benefit plans. However, one valuable benefit that the University of Iowa offers that the joint venture will not be able to match is the access to a defined benefit pension system. And so we have gotten guidance from the consulting firm that what is being contemplated by the joint venture would be a generous equivalence in the retirement area to what is being provided in the pension. So it may not be the exact benefit precisely as it is today, but an independent third party believes it would deliver the same benefit to those employees. So the ultimate additional controls here are that we would have a joint 50-50 partnership in management of the joint venture. We would ensure that all of the contracts and all of the arrangements for the joint venture would be commensurate with what we would expect from UIHC. We would have control over the UIHC brand. There would be no use of this without our support. The faculty would always forever remain as the medical directors of the joint venture to ensure that we always have ultimate control of the care that's there. Then there would be shared control for business management functions, how day-to-day operations are there. We can't access their expertise if they don't have authority to operate some of these components. So there will certainly be there. And then finally, the financial portion of this is that an independent valuation is still being finalized. Right now, it's roughly in the ballpark of this business is valued at about $9 million. The joint venture, if the deal were to be consummated, then the IRC would contribute $4.5 million in capital to acquire that 50% interest. So all the assets associated with this business would be owned by the joint venture, and we would have a 50% membership. I think that we would still continue to provide incarcerated patient dialysis services for the state of Iowa, and the joint venture would pay us at fair market for that during the valuation. We would also have the joint venture enter into a series of contracts with our faculty for us for support services and other things. So the joint venture would still rely on UIHC for several services. So as we enter into this structure, it's important to understand this is still a part of our health system. This is still a part of our care continuum, but we wanted to entertain going under this structure so that we can access a third party's expertise and their capital. Ultimately, we think that the conservative expectation is that this will improve our financial performance given the access to IRC's expertise, the ability to drive efficiency, and the ability to look at growth. We have the financials on the next slide. We think that this will also be able to support a year-over-year growth, but none of that growth has really been modeled in. So the pro forma shows a bottom line improvement of several $100,000 a year, but that's not anticipating any sort of additional growth. That's saying at steady state, what kind of operational efficiencies could we gain? And so that's on the following slide here. You can see historically, dialysis services, when you look at inpatient and outpatient and delivering care to the prisoners, hasn't always been a profitable service for us. But you can see moving forward, as we drive efficiencies, we feel pretty comfortable that with the help of the joint venture partner, we'll be able to keep this in a positive area while being able to serve far more Iowans. Here is a brief thumbnail sketch of some of the key leaders within Innovative Renal Care Group. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Richard.
Thank you. Very, very informative presentation. Does anyone have any questions? Regent Dunkel?
Thanks. That's a very in-depth presentation. I appreciate that. And it's probably by design that you talked about patient satisfaction first and being close to home and that. And then you talked about employees and how important that is, that we're all on board on that. And then third, that this is going to save us money, efficiencies, that whole process. So I appreciate it coming to us in that order. I just want to go back and talk about the employees. And so the understanding is that all the employees will be transferred over to the new company, what that is.
Yes, we guarantee that all UIHC employees impacted by this change would be offered positions by the joint venture. Yeah, to be guaranteed.
And then the impact to their bottom line, to their personal compensation, we're making that square.
We're making it square. I think that, again, structurally we can't offer the same thing with retirement, but we think that the contributions made by the JV would be equivalent in value to the retirement planning of those individuals. To the extent that we weren't able to equalize benefits the same way, we would entertain increasing compensation, base compensation, to compensate employees for any changes in that. So when we look at it across all the tools that are available to the joint venture, total compensation has been validated by a third party to remain the same.
I appreciate the in-depth that position that you've gone to take for this whole thing. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions at this point? All right, I think we'll wait for a motion at the end of all the presentations. Thank you very much. That was very good. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm now pleased to introduce Joe Clayman, UI Healthcare's Associate Vice President for Legal Affairs, who will provide the board with an overview of the proposed amendments to the UIHC bylaws. If I can grab that chair.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present these proposed modifications to the bylaws. As you know, UI Healthcare has benefited substantially from its unique structural advantage of having an integrated leadership team. This has helped in having a unified, collaborative, transparent, strategic decision-making process. We wish to similarly take on a collaborative, shared accountability model with regard to collaboration for our operational and financial decision-making, both for the clinical system on the administrative and clinical leadership teams. To that end, the Hospital Advisory Committee is proposing the following changes to the bylaws, rules, and regulations of the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics and its clinical staff. First, it's proposing to add language to Article 2, Section 2 to reinforce this integrated structure and the importance of integration of the structure of all components of UI Healthcare together. Second, it's proposing modifications to the Hospital Advisory Committee in the following manner. First, it would like to change the name of the committee to the Clinical Systems Committee to reflect that it's about operations of more than just the hospital inpatient units, but the broad clinical enterprise. Second, it wishes to remove the ex officio positions on the committee and make appointments for these types of individuals at the direction of the Vice President for Medical Affairs who oversees the operations. Similarly, it wishes to propose a more streamlined subcommittee approach under the Clinical Systems Committee. The following existing committees would continue to operationalize: the Compliance Committee, Credentials, Clinical Staff Affairs, Quality and Safety Oversight, and Surgical Services. The following new committees would be created: of Clinical Operations and Financial and Revenue Cycle. And the following former subcommittees would be transitioned into working groups under them. So all remaining would become working groups. So what we're trying to do is streamline the governance and decision-making appropriately so that the work remains getting done efficiently and effectively. In addition to those changes, the Clinical Services Committee establishes a new, more inclusive co-chair structure in which each of the committees would have a co-chair
one appointed by the Chief Executive Officer of University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics, and one coming from the members of the Clinical Systems Committee who are holding active clinical staff privileges, which are our clinical members. Under this co-chair structure, we would have more integration and more buy-in among them and have a more accountability and decision-making. The process also clarifies mechanisms for the appointment, resignation, and removal of these officials, for participating in meetings in a more dynamic manner, whether through voting rights, through telephonic or electronic participation, or acting without a meeting so that we can be more nimble and efficient in how we actually make decisions. And finally, with regard to the Clinical Systems Committee, it alters the nominating committee size to adjust for the new co-chair role. In addition to these changes to the Clinical Systems Committee, the following other edits are proposed. One is to change the document to reflect that the cardiothoracic surgery is now a division of the Department of Surgery, to remove language regarding fees that is more appropriately reflected in the University of Iowa physicians documentation, not in the documentation of the bylaws, to remove language that is no longer applicable regarding physical therapy and occupational therapy. And finally, as you know, we are often talking with the Joint Commission, as was reflected in comments made earlier today. They made some suggestions about language that they thought was implicit in our bylaws, that was best served explicit. We have always interpreted that meaning the same way they did, and so we have made the amendments to add explicitly the language that they requested. That summarizes the proposed edits regarding the Clinical Systems Committee and new subcommittee structure and the other edits we are proposing. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? All right. Thank you very much. All right. Now I have quite a bit to read here, so you'll have to bear with me. But first I want to congratulate you on your Joint Commission survey. Somebody should have to be there for a full year before they have to go through with it, but I guess that didn't happen, did
They
it?
came back this morning for the lab survey. I didn't want to bring you down, but it'll be okay. We just drew them 2 weeks in a row.
Okay, thank you. So, is there any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, the committee is asked to recommend that the board receive the opening remarks, receive the operating and financial performance report, recommend that the board authorize University of Iowa Healthcare to transfer up to an additional $25 million to the University of Iowa Health System for the purpose of continuing the development of network activities through itself and its subsidiary companies in support of the clinical, academic, and research programs of the University of Iowa Roy J. and Lucille A. Carver College of Medicine and the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics. Recommend that the board approve the proposed amendments to the bylaws of the UI Hospitals and Clinics and its clinical staff as presented in the attachment to the docket. Do I have a motion and a second?
So move.
Second.
There's been a moved by Regent Bucker, seconded by Regent Dunkel. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? This motion is approved. Board action is scheduled in the consent agenda tomorrow, item 6. University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics is now adjourned. Thank you very much.
That concludes our report. Thank you very much.
At this time, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Regent Dunkel, who will run the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting.
Thank you, President Richards. First item on our Audit and Compliance Committee for today is the minutes of the June 5th, 2019 committee meeting, which you should have all received by now. Are there any questions or corrections to them? Okay, then the committee will approve the minutes by general consent. So I'd like to welcome and introduce Deputy Auditor of State Marlis Gaston and Financial Audit Division Director Ernie Rubin to present the FY 2019 State Audit Plan. Thanks for coming.
Is this on? It's on? Okay, thank you. Well, thank you. It's our pleasure to be here today. We met a little earlier this afternoon with some of the board leadership and went over what we're going to cover today, probably in a little bit more detail than we'll cover here this afternoon. But so, do we have a slide presentation? Or is it? Okay. That's okay. We'll just continue on and we'll catch up. All right. So what I would like to cover, I'll go over the recent professional standards that are going to impact the universities and regions in the coming years, our anticipated audit scope and the reports that we'll issue for the fiscal 19 year that we're just getting started on, our timelines for those, and the staffing for those, what that looks like for this coming year, and then our anticipated hours and fees and costs. Sorry. All right, no problem. Thank you. All right, so, okay. There we go. All right. And then after I get through that, I'll touch on, we recently issued the fiscal 18 reports of recommendations for the 5 Regents institutions and the Board of Regents, so I'll briefly go over the results of those reports. This slide shows the GASB statements that I'll just cover very briefly. I kind of organized them by year that they're effective. So I'll go through those. We have had conversations with each university and their financial folks, and they are on top of these. They're looking ahead to what they need to do for these in the future. The first GASB statement is Statement 83. This statement has to do with asset retirement obligations, and essentially it says that we have to book a liability for certain tangible assets for which there has to be some action taken in order to dispose of them. We have to kind of look ahead and do a liability for that. So this statement has some disclosure requirements about their nature, about how those liabilities are being estimated, and their useful lives. This is effective for June 30, 2019 for the universities. GASB Statement 88 deals with certain retirement disclosures related to debt. It's basically a disclosure. It doesn't change any numbers in the financial statements. It's just requiring some additional disclosures for direct borrowings and other type of debt. When there are lines of credit, you have to disclose certain information about those. You have to disclose if there's accelerated clauses for default, those types of things, and then make sure that the direct borrowings are disclosed separately from other type of debt. That also is a 2019 implementation. Those are pretty simple, I think. GASB was a little easy on us for fiscal 19, so that's a good thing. Fiscal 20 is looking a little bit more work for that one. Statement 84 deals with fiduciary activities, and that one will require the universities to look through their custodial activity and, for the most part, pull it out of their business type activities and report it separately as fiduciary activities. There is an exception that if that activity is expected to be held for less than 3 months, they can go ahead and leave it in with their business type activities. So. Statement 90 is effective in 2020. This has to do with majority equity interests. So if the university has a majority equity interest in an outside legal organization, it drives how that interest is reported. If it's for an investment purpose, then it's recorded and reported as an investment. Otherwise, it's a component unit. GASB 87 is the big one that's effective in 2020. This statement establishes a single model for lease accounting. So essentially, anything that is currently reported as an operating lease will be brought into the financial statements as a lease liability or a right to use an asset liability. So the one exception is if the lease term is 12 months or less, including any options to extend, those leases can be excluded. Otherwise, they'll have to be pulled in. So this is probably one of the biggest ones that are impacting universities in the coming years, and they will have to be ready to restate their July 1 of 2020 balance to reflect this as well. Also effective in fiscal 21 is Statement 89. This is a very simple one. It's accounting for interest incurred during a construction period. It basically says that that interest expense is expensed in the year it's incurred rather than being capitalized and added to the value of the cost of that asset. And then lastly, this one is out there a ways. It's probably not a huge impact. It's conduit debt obligations. When one government issues some debt on behalf of another, how that information is disclosed, just to make things consistent amongst governments more. So that was a real quick look at the GASBs. Are there any questions on those? Okay. Riveting stuff, I know. All right. Audit approach for the universities. So for the 3 universities, we annually perform a full scope audit, and those audits incorporate the work that their auditors did on separate audits of the University of Hospitals, clinics, and foundations. Our audits, we use a risk-based approach that includes coordinating with Patrice and her internal audit group on things that they're finding or things that we should be looking at. We review internal controls for the significant accounting cycles. That helps us determine our risk-based approach, where the areas are that we need to focus. We review and test controls for the transaction cycles that pertain to the federal dollars that flow through the universities. And then, of course, we perform single audit compliance procedures on all the universities. As we have in the past, we expect to issue separate financial statements for each university. We anticipate unmodified or clean opinions on those financial statements. We will also issue internal control letters and reports of recommendations for the 3 universities. The reports of recommendations will include reports pertaining to or that result from our information technology reviews that we do on each university. And then, of course, we'll issue the State of Iowa Single Audit Report, of which includes the federal dollars that run through each university, our audit of those. For the Iowa Braille Sight Saving School and then School for the Deaf and for the Board of Regents, we perform more of a limited scope audit. We review internal controls over significant cycles. We review some compliance, and we perform some single audit compliance over federal dollars where applicable. And then we issue reports of recommendations on those internal control and compliance matters. This slide shows the breakdown of for the 3 universities, where our audit efforts are and kind of the percentages. If you looked at these percentages compared to last year, you'd see that the single audit has increased. That's a direct result of, for this coming fiscal year, 19, we will be auditing the Student Financial Aid Program, which is a very significant federal program. The federal government allows us to rotate the programs that we audit annually that we focus on, and this year is the year for the large ones, so that you will see an increase in that effort. This slide shows the timeline of our audit work. It's very similar to what we've done in the past for timing. The thing that has changed here is really the managers and in charges on the engagements. We had some promotions within our office, so for the University of Iowa, Gwen Fangman, who has for years in-charged the University of Iowa audit, she will now manage that audit, and Jesse Harthen will be the in-charge. He has worked with Gwen for several years on that university, so there'll be a good team there. The Janet Moore tweet in charge the Iowa State University for several years. She now will manage that engagement, and Jenny Lawrence, who has worked under Janet for several years, will in charge it. And then for the University of Northern Iowa, Brian Breskern, we've rotated him back on as manager of that engagement, and he will work with in charge Kelly Hilton, who was the previous year's in charge. So a little change up, but still some good teams in place for those. And then this slide just shows the hours and costs for the past several years and the anticipated. If you look at the 19 anticipated, that reflects the increase due to our anticipation to audit that student financial aid program. Any questions on that information? Okay. So the reports of recommendations that we recently issued for the 5 regents and the Board of Regents, those for the 5 regents institutions include information on cost per student as required by the code. 4 of those 5 reports had no audit findings, which is consistent with prior year, which is a good thing. The Iowa Braille and School had a finding related to some misstatements in their GAP package related to their investments and their construction in progress. They have responded to that finding that they are working and putting procedures in place to help avoid those misstatements in the future. The Board of Regents report of recommendations did also have a finding this year regarding timing of issuance of a couple of their reports. They were issued, they just were late. Which ones were they? Post-secondary enrollment program annual report and the span of control policy report. So just a recommendation to make sure that those are timely, and they've responded positively to that recommendation. So that's what I had on the audit. Do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. Does anyone else have anything? Thank you very much for coming and giving us the plan and the reports. We appreciate that.
Thank you. It's our pleasure, and we appreciate working with the university financial folks and Patrice and the board. So thank you.
Next, I'll recognize Chief Audit Executive Patrice Sayre to present the FY 2019 audit progress and FY 2020 internal audit plans.
Good afternoon. The first report I'd like to go over is our FY 2019 audit progress and FY 2020 internal audit plan. Annually, the internal audit reports on our accomplishments for the past year and then reports our plans for the current year. Our goal is to do a thorough, systematic, and disciplined approach. We evaluate the effectiveness of the Board of Regents institution's governance, risk management, and control processes. We are the only state entity that has internal audit as a function. Along with the 18,600 hours you just heard the auditor of the state report, we will add about 26,500 reports with internal audit. So we are very thorough looking at the universities. We do concentrate on operational audits. The auditor of the state really focuses on financial audits. We do original audits. We are not doing continuous auditing where we're doing the same subject and repeating them over and over. We build each one of our audit reports from scratch. Ideally, we have a staff of 17, including our managers and the administrative support person. But as you can see by the table that is there, our planned program versus our completed program is off track because we lost about 3,500 audits with staff turnover this year, about 3,500 hours of auditing. Audit is a very highly sought occupation as well as accounting. When you look at the normal unemployment rate, it's about 3.7%. For auditors and accountants, it's about 1.5%. It's very difficult to find the kind of an analyst we need to do this job. To create our FY 2020 audit plan, we do extensive interviews all across the campuses with key leadership staff. We go back and look at past audit history, we survey current trends, and then we do a risk rank approach at all of our potential audits. We want to ensure that we're employing those hours as best we can. We try to make sure we are employing the audits that have the greatest impact. On Table 3, we do have 70 audits planned for next year. They are all listed in following pages. Again, we do not do continuous audit cycles. We focus on original work. And there is also included in your report and is a history of audits done at each university for the past 3 years. Any questions on the plan? Okay. I'd also then like to spend a few minutes going over internal audits that have been issued since our last meeting. The audit team did accomplish 8 audit reports and 7 follow-ups at the University of Iowa. This is an indication of the fact that we have replaced some of our staff. We have 1 position open still, and we'll have a person on board in October. We're very excited. We had 2 audit reports done at Iowa State University and 2 follow-up reports. We had 1 audit report and 4 follow-up reports done at the University of Northern Iowa. Again, we are still down 1 auditor on the Iowa State campus, and we have a vacancy at the University of Northern Iowa. Next, I'll highlight 1 audit from each campus and then welcome any questions you may have on any other audits or follow-ups that we did. The first one I want to talk about is the University of Iowa's Iowa Electronic Markets. This is very unique. This is a teaching tool developed by the Tippie College of Business back in 1988 for traders to buy and sell real money contracts based on political elections, stock prices returns, or other non-political events. The political markets are open to anyone, while the non-political markets are only open to students in a classroom setting, and does enroll students from over 100 universities throughout the world. The Iowa electronic markets are approved by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission under guidelines that it remain a research and teaching tool. The audit purpose for the Iowa electronics markets was to provide reasonable assurance that the processes and controls are in place and functioning effectively. The audit objectives included verifying that a maximum 1,000 traders participate in non-political markets and a maximum of 2,000 traders can participate in political market, that a maximum of only $500 can be invested per trader in each market. There are activation and inactivity fees, and we want to ensure that they were charged appropriately. We want to be sure that the internal process documentation is up to date, accurate, and includes all the necessary support, responsibilities, and training requirements. We want to ensure that there is an appropriate segregation of duties for administrative tasks, and to be sure that the information technology infrastructure is managed appropriately. The scope of this audit consisted of all trading activities in the system since the current version of the software went live in July 2016. And it actually goes back, we can look at political elections going back to 2008, and surprisingly enough, it's quite often an accurate market. To highlight a few of the audit discussion issues we found, controls were not in place to automatically prevent the maximum number of tradings participate per market, or that the allowable dollars invested were not exceeded. We did not find any instance where, in fact, traders exceeded the allowable pool, but we did find 2 instances where the dollar maximum was exceeded. Management has agreed to work with internal procedures and to work with ITS. Additionally, they will work with Universal Counsel to review the Commodities Futures Trading Commission to make sure that their conditions are still met, and that we don't need to update any no action letters. We looked at the inactivity fee collection. If an account sits idle 6 months or more, there is an activity fee that is automatically assessed. Internal audit believes that an effort should be made to notify that trader in advance that they are hitting that period. And management is agreeing to look into that and to try to automate that process so that the trader has an opportunity to engage again. It also appears that idle funds may fall under state treasurer great treasury hunt laws about unclaimed property. And we suggest that management work with the software to get a notice about that, and also to ensure that they're talking to University Council to determine what inactivity is defined as and whether in fact those funds need to be turned over to the state. Other areas for work include user access and authentication, which has to do with IT access privileges. We're looking at system administrators, that perhaps there should be fewer administrators in this, and be sure that they were documenting the internal process. At Iowa State University, I would highlight the extension and outreach operations. As you know, extension focuses on 4 educational areas: the 4-H youth development, agriculture and natural resources, community and economic development, and human sciences. Every year we have more than 1 million Iowans directly benefited by extension educational programs. The Vice President for Extension and Outreach provides the leadership for the statewide program throughout the university and in 100 extension county councils in Iowa. These councils are autonomous and do not receive funding from the university. The purpose of this audit was to provide reasonable assurance that processes and internal controls are in place and functioning effectively. We also looked at expenditures to ensure that they're allowable per funding source and that they were supported by adequate documentation. And we found that those were all in place. We did find areas for discussion, looking at system administrative access needs, to review some administrative purchases existing for people who maybe no longer are involved in extension and outreach, and that there needed to be a periodic review being established. Management concurs and is doing that. We also looked at inventory oversight. There are extension-related educational materials that are available for sale, purchased online through the ISU Extension store. We found that adjustments to inventory records were not being reviewed by management, that staff was able to make the adjustments. It is more protective of the assets to have a second level, higher level, approve any kind of write-offs on the investments. And management is working with ISU IT services to hopefully deploy a new reporting tool to make sure that that is automatically done. We also found that there was some strengthening of password policy for global and local authentication for certain software that needed to be done, and management is enforcing that. We looked at federal grant drawdowns, felt that it needed to be reviewed by a secondary level so that they were not overdrawing funds or even not doing a good initial estimate of that. Management has already changed that procedure. That's in place. We looked at vulnerability management, and this is the cycle of practicing you're identifying, classifying, remediating, and mitigating network vulnerabilities. It's the testing of the system to see how easy it is for someone to break into a system. They do need to do some hardening on that, and management is working with ITS to test and correct deficiencies. Another area is making sure that you have a social media protocol. Extension has no social media crisis management protocol. That increases the likelihood of reputational damage to extension or misrepresentation of the university's values. It's important that any content is shared for the extension to do a large number of ISU and non-ISU social media, and therefore it's on a variety of platforms. So it's necessary to determine what is the policy that you want to make sure that you are having a unified message. Also, there are many people that may be involved in blogs that will be under extension, and you need to be clarifying that that is not representing the university, it was representing an individual. So just having a more well-rounded policy on social media. There are some other areas that need to be improved in system access logging, disaster recovery, and business continuity planning. Then for the University of Northern Iowa, we looked at university relations. This is within the President's Division. University Relations is charged with the leadership and the oversight of the university's official marketing and communications channels, programs, and activities internally and externally. These activities include those that relate to publications, electronic and campus communications, community relations, media relations, and print services. The significant issue is that the computers in the university relations do not meet the university's information technology protocols. It was not as centralized as we feel it should be. And therefore, some things were not monitored by IT staff. And we also found that the electronic communications specialist did not have a centralized report with ITS. So most of other departments that have special communications do, in fact, coordinate with ITS. This one is more independent, and management has agreed with ITS to establish appropriate and required IT controls for that and make sure that the electronic specialist job description, in fact, is more aligned with ITS needs. I'm happy to address any audits that we produced that are beyond this that you'd like the information from me.
Does anyone have any questions?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
As well, just one more thing. As far as our audit follow-ups, we have since from the time that this reported, we were able to close what was a past due audit. The protected health information on mobile devices has since closed this report. I also am happy to report that we have significant progress on the hospital late charges, which is past due, and it's actually in a draft report right now, so it should be coming to us next time we meet. Cherwell, I think, has about one more item left to be closed. And then that is still outstanding is the durable medical equipment. But you may recall that one, originally we were hoping that it would be something that became a third party, but it really was not appropriate at the time. Since that, a lot of progress has been made, and a committee has put together to regularly prepare for that. So we think we'll move forward, get that one done fairly soon also.
And how about the charter?
Yes, we always bring our internal audit charter every year to the board for approval, and so it is also part of the package today for you to hopefully have had a chance to read it and to look at accepting and renewing the charter of the internal audit function.
Thank you, Patrice. Thorough. Anyone else have any questions? All right. So if there's no other business to come before the committee, hearing none, I'd like to make a motion that the Audit and Compliance Committee recommend that the board receive the following items: FY 2019 State Audit Plan, State Audit Reports, and Internal Audit Reports issued, and that the board receive and approve the following items: FY 2019 Audit Progress and FY 2020 Internal Audit Plans, and the Internal Audit Charter Renewal, which we just looked at. So do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Regent Barker, for that second, and the Audit and Compliance Committee is now adjourned.
I'm going to suggest that we take about a 10-minute break, but we don't have anybody signed up for public comment, right? So, just so that everybody is aware of that.
You can do the motion for closed session.
Okay, okay. We'll do the motion for closed session, then we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back. The board has necessity to meet in a closed session pursuant to Iowa Code Section 21.5.1.c to discuss strategy with counsel in matters that are presently in litigation or where litigation is imminent and premature disclosure would likely prejudice or disadvantage the position of the board. At the conclusion of the closed session, the board will reconvene in open session. Is there a motion that the board enter into closed session?
I make a motion.
Regent
I'll
Dunkel
second.
And Regent Bates seconded. Any discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Regent County is absent. Regent Dakovich is absent. Regent Butker?
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer?
Yes.
Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Least?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Bates?
Yes.
Regent Richards votes yes. The motion is approved. We will now have a recess of about 10 minutes. We are now in open session. And is there any, Josh, has anyone signed up to speak in the open session?
We do not have any public commenters.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other business to come before the board? This meeting of the Board of Regents is adjourned.